Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, February 4th, 2025, and to call the order of this regular meeting, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. I'll call up Chris Scott, please, for the invocation.
Morning, Board. Will you please join me in prayer this morning? Jesus, we come to you today with many things weighing on our hearts this day. And we want to set those things down at your feet so we can pay attention to what it is you have for us today. The important agenda that lies out before the board and everybody participating in today. We put down those things for tough conversations with family members, maybe our taxes, all those other things in our life that offer a lot of distraction and pull us away from what it is that you're doing in the moment. We put those down at your feet so we can say yes to you and what it is that you are up to today. We consecrate our minds to you today and proclaim your authority over all of it, and ask for you to guide us and lead us in today's conversations, discussions, and ultimately actions from today, Lord. We want to be united with you in all things that we do today, and we especially want this county and all its people united with you for the glory that you have and for the goodness that you have. It's in Jesus' powerful holy name we pray these things. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. All right. Supervisor Lane, would you lead us in the pledge?
Please join me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for all.
Welcome to El Dorado County to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes, allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. Now we'll adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. At this time, does any board have any questions or items that need to be pulled?
And Mr. Chair, I will be recusing myself on item 11.
Okay.
I'd like to just acknowledge regarding item 11, Doug Veerkamp did contribute to my campaign. It's been well over a year. It's not a violation of the Levine Act. It's just want full disclosure. I will intend on voting on that stuff.
Okay, all right. Any other board members?
Just a question from staff. Are we going to be pulling continuing item 2, or what are we doing with item 2?
Yes. Staff are requesting item 2 be continued off calendar.
Off calendar. Perfect. Then I have no changes.
No changes?
No changes.
No changes. Thank you.
Now taking public comment on adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning. Good morning. My greatest apologies. I had the agenda open on my second screen and I managed to close it, and I don't want to lose my time to try to look at it again. So I'm calling in regarding the item that is authorizing or asking to authorize the $500,000 for the glassy bug. Now I can't remember what it was called. What I'm wondering is, I know there was a meeting and I was not able to attend. I have been searching to see if there was a Zoom or some kind of notes from that. I do have pulled the October letter from the state of California regarding the situation in El Dorado Hills and some other areas regarding this little creature. My question is, where will we be able to find out in this authorization where the funding, yes, is coming from the state of California? What manner are we looking at to abate? I noticed the January meeting, the Ag Commission was canceled, And I am very concerned and wanting to be very on top of if we're going with any kind of chemical remediation in this funding or agenda approval. As you know, we're entering a new chapter in our country where we're starting to be awakened to the idea that these pesticides, chemicals, and other manners that are illegal, by the way, and the top toxin used to kill this bug, and I can't pronounce it, imidacloprid, is illegal in Europe. So what we're finding out is Europe seems to be very ahead of us. And even in the testings for the country, they don't recommend this to be used within close proximity to homes, parks, or schools. And El Dorado Hills obviously is pretty condensed. And I noticed that it was tagging El Dorado Hills. I have a neighbor across from me on Salmon Falls that grows grapes. And I'm really concerned if we're going to be spraying pesticides that are dangerous. So in that approval, what I'm wondering is, does that include the manner of which we are looking to abate this situation in terms of the biological versus chemicals ways of handling this? Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. Just some clarification. Kellyanne talked about item 8. That's called the glassy winged sharpshooter. Of the grass, it's a grasshopper type. But I really wanted to speak to item 11. I want to acknowledge the Department of Transportation in its efforts to complete a bridge replacement. And this is at Squaw Hollow Creek, which is on Oak Hill Road, crossing Oak Hill Road. The reason why this is significant is that Oak Hill Road is a long one-way roadway. There is, unless you can go over private property, no, it's a single access, which at the very southern end is a number of miles of which people essentially in a wildfire safety perspective needed to cross this very, very narrow bridge, essentially one lane. Now it's a 2-lane bridge, and certainly needs the support of our county in looking at other locations that may be similar to take care of those bridges. It also was worked on by Doug Veerkamp, General Engineering, and this today is the approval and authorization to sign the notice of acceptance. Thank you for the time this morning.
There's no additional public comment.
I'll bring it back to the board for any further discussions at this time. Okay, so what's the will of the board?
I just would like to make a comment regarding Kelly's comment with regarding the glassy winged sharpshooter. Department of Agriculture is going to be making a presentation today. And if we could give her a few minutes to maybe outline their plan, how they plan on eradicating, if you wouldn't mind, Leanne. They have sent out 17,000 flyers and to El Dorado Hills and the surrounding area, as well as a Zoom call that took place, I believe was on the 23rd, that was open to the public. But if we could just give Leanne a couple more minutes during her presentation to explain their plan.
All right. So what's the will of the board?
Just to recap, adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Continue item number 2 off calendar. Supervisor Veerkamp will recuse himself from item number 11, and Supervisor Ferrero acknowledged that Doug Veerkamp did contribute to his campaign pertaining to item number 11.
All right. So will of the board.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the consent with those amendments.
All right. I hear a second.
I'm sorry,
Second.
but may I ask, Kim, if you're going to include the acknowledgement from Supervisor Ferrero, that you could include the additional clarification that it was over 12 months ago?
That would be
Thank you.
really, yes,
Thank you.
thank you for that.
Okay,
See my tail?
so do we have
Me.
okay, all those approved by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So we'll move to time allocation, department presentations, item 15.
Item
So-
number 15 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board receive and file presentations outlining each department's mission, structure, services, budget, role in the strategic plan, and upcoming policy issues.
All right. So I call up Brian, probation, please. The presentation.
Morning, Chairman Turnbow, members of the board. It's good to see you, Supervisor Ferrero and Supervisor Camp onto the board. It's good to see everybody, of course. I am Brian Richard. I'm the Chief Probation Officer for El Dorado County. And I will bring you a brief presentation this morning. I am ready. Thank you, Kim. Are you advancing this morning? Happy to do it. Appreciate it. There we go. Excellent. So as you can see, the probation department is made up of 124 FTE through 4 divisions. We're made up of our admin finance division, our operations support division, and of course, our adult and juvenile divisions. More detail to come on each of those a little bit later in the presentation. But I wanted to point out to you that that's actually a consolidation from 5 divisions down to 4 divisions that we've made over the last couple of years, which was a strategic efficiency measure that we put into place a couple of years ago, and then took advantage of retirement last year to go ahead and consolidate 2 of our juvenile divisions. And I'll talk more about that a little bit later. There we go. That's okay, no problem. A little bit about our leadership. I mentioned that we were 5 divisions. We were also 5 division chiefs, and we have narrowed our divisions down under 3 division chiefs, specifically under adult operations, youth and family service division, and our operations support division. We balanced out and created some streamlining in our leadership, in that we've added 2 assistant division chiefs now, 1 under each of our operations divisions. So 1 juvenile assistant division chief and 1 adult assistant division chief. The division chiefs are more responsible for vision setting, programmatic goals and strategies. And then they have their operations assistants, those that are actually running the supervisors for each of the units of each of those divisions. And then we, of course, have our fiscal division run by our chief fiscal officer, as well as my support staff. Julia is our administrative analyst for the chief's office. Position allocation, we've got approximately 45 staff in each of our 2 operations divisions, in the adult and the juvenile divisions, and then 10 staff in our administration, fiscal, and human resource division, and 24 and a half staff in our operations support division. I'll focus in a little bit on each of those divisions, but I want to talk to you about our operations support division today a little bit more in detail as we move along in the presentation. You all know your strategic plan, I'm sure, inside and out, but just a quick reminder of the 5 focus points of the county strategic plan: safe and healthy communities, strategic innovation, workforce excellence, thriving economy, and public infrastructure. We like to see ourselves reflect the county strategic plan within our own strategic plan, as well as within the objectives of each of our divisions. And we recognize that while we aren't directly related to thriving economy and public infrastructure, because of course we can't do everything, we do actually have an impact in economy, in that you have to maintain public safety in order to have a thriving economy. And so relative to safe and healthy communities, strategic innovation, and workforce excellence, probation department actually prides itself on focusing on each of those as core strategic goals of our operation. Obvious is the safe and healthy communities, and I won't get into that at all. But strategic innovation and workforce excellence. We see our workforce excellence as the way to gain public safety in El Dorado County. We do better with our clients if we have a thriving workforce. And so we invest heavily in our workforce, from hiring through training to relationship development and through the environment that we create in our department. And in strategic innovation, we see ourselves and have for the last 10 years as having the ability to be one of the best, if not the best, probation department in the state of California. And while I think we have definitely achieved that, we see a reflection of that time and again in other probation departments from around the state coming to El Dorado County under the recommendation of representatives from the state of California who see our operations and see our outcomes and refer other agencies to us to come see what we're doing because we have been so innovative in our practices and adopting the most evidence-based approach to corrections in California and frankly in the nation. Focusing in on our admin staff, admin, of course, is where the money is meets the road. It's where our budget prep and delivery occurs. It's where our grants management occurs, our contracts management, payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, and then, of course, our all important training and travel. It's headed up by our Chief Fiscal Officer, Nikki Mosinger, and you can see her formidable but friendly staff up there in the photograph. She's put together a wonderful team of experts who are very supportive of the operations of the department, very helpful in their approach to getting things done. I pride our department on being what I call a yes department. And I don't mean it like a yes man. I mean, like we find a way to get to yes. When there's a problem that needs solving, they figure out the solution to it rather than telling people why it can't happen. And that approach has been very helpful in making sure that we're able to deliver on the promises that we make to our clients and to the public. Focusing in on the all-important appropriations, I'll give you the breakdown real quick between the different divisions in our department. Adult Services Division has approximately $9.3 million in appropriations. Our Detention Division, which is juvenile-oriented, $7.8 million in appropriations. Admin, $6.3 million, and Youth Services, which is our supervision and support in the community, $3.9 million. We have an operating budget of approximately $27 million and offsetting revenue of approximately $12 million, which means the overall net county cost or cost of the general fund is approximately $15 million. But I want to look at that in a slightly different way. General fund versus revenue by division. If you take a look at, for example, in the upper left-hand corner, adult services, you can see that the general fund commitment to the adult operations in the county is about $3.35 million, while the offsetting revenue to the total expense of adult operations is about $6 million. So about twice the revenue coming in to support the operations as the general fund. Similarly, in the Youth Services Division, where we serve juveniles in the community, in schools and their homes and in their neighborhoods, the county general fund commitment is about $1 million for that operation, whereas the offsetting revenue is almost, is $2.8 million. So more than twice, almost 3 times what it costs the county to provide services. In the youth residential facility and the detention facility up in South Lake Tahoe, you can see that the county commits about $4.4 million to run the juvenile hall, whereas the offsetting revenue that we commit to that program is about $3 million. And then finally, administration, as you can imagine, the lion's share of the administrative costs, while some are buried within each of those other 3 divisions, on paper, we mark that the county's general fund contributes about $6 million to the general operations of the department, running the department itself. Of interesting note, I told the board a couple of years ago that we were going to be amending our strategy as far as how we operated the juvenile hall and how we billed for services with the juvenile hall. And what I mean by billing for services is revenue from the state is just one revenue stream that we get from for the juvenile hall operations. We also get revenue from other counties because we are in the Intermountain area. There are a lot of smaller counties in El Dorado, and we actually provide bed space to some of those counties, and we charge them for that bed space. A couple of years ago, I made a policy change where I basically quadrupled the price of a bed day rate based on a funding stream that I knew was going to each county from the state that they were frankly going to be unable to spend. And that there was some discussion with my colleagues from the area in the Sacramento region. And I said, look, I'm going to be quadrupling your bed day rates for program space. But one, I know you have the money because you're getting it from the state, so I'm not going to hit your general fund coffers. But two, you know that my operations costs far exceed what I'm charging you. So we upped the rate to somewhere in the neighborhood of $400 plus a day. And we've seen the revenue from that change create an increase by 4 times what we were receiving in revenue for bed days. So the strategy was successful, and we've seen a significant increase in revenue from those. And frankly, I surmise we'll continue to see revenues go up. We provide I hate to put it this way, frankly, but we provide a fantastic product for those counties. They're too small to be operating juvenile halls on their own. It would be cost prohibitive for those counties. And we have the bed space. So it behooves us to, one, be a good neighbor because we do provide a good product, but also two, it's an opportunity for us to be able to capture some of the cost that the county would otherwise be committing to that program.
Mr. Chair, while we're right there, Brian, do you have a report on how often the out-of-county people are utilizing our bed space? And
we don't have a canned report for that, but we track that every day. It's certainly a report that could be easily generated. I receive a daily briefing each morning in my email about 5 a.m. that tells me how many kids we have from out of county versus kids from in county. It's usually anywhere from 1 to 4 children on a daily average that we have from other counties. We also run, and I'll get into this when we talk more about the program, but we also run a secure youth treatment track, which is a long-term programming for kids. And we do take youth from other counties for that program, and we're open for that. So
I'd like to see more information relative to that as we go through the budget.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a question too.
Yep.
How many in our own county, how many do we house?
Typically, for example, this morning we have 16 kids in custody, and of those, 15 are local.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I'll ask for train of thought. How much bed space do you have?
The current program space is 40 beds.
40.
Yeah. One thing that we have been working on for, how long has it been, Brian? 11 years, is the revision of the types of bed space that we're offering through a construction grant that we have through the state of California. And we're looking at remodeling the juvenile treatment center and adjusting from 40 beds down to 20 based on what our ADP has been for the last 6 years, at least. We're working with an architect right now through Department of Facilities, and they're assisting us in supporting that program change. It would be a major remodel to the facility with the idea that we'll create new program space, adjust the way that we have the housing space set up so that we can create larger room space. Right now, they're really minimal cells is what they are, like a small jail. And we really need to modernize the facility, and I'll explain why as I get into that.
One other quick thing.
Yep.
Since you are in South Lake, and I'm assuming the answer is no, can you contract with agencies from Nevada?
I would, the answer is no. We'll keep it simple. Yeah. Focusing in on our operations support division, where I said, we lead training. They support our community corrections partnership. They're responsible for the infrastructure of the department, information technology in the department. I like to say data in, data out. So all of our research, all of our data inputs, all of our clerical information, they're responsible for all of those services within the department. But more importantly, or maybe I think most importantly, they're responsible for fidelity to our practices. They ensure that all of our staff are engaged in the types of evidence-based practice that we want as a human change agency. And for that reason, we have invested heavily into our operations support division. And we are aware that that comes at a cost. And so we need to be mindful that those costs have to be supported. So we also have a grants management, a single FTE in the department who's responsible for grants management, both the pursuit of new grants to help finance our existing operations, or to find money for unmet needs for the department and for our partners, but then also to manage those grants, because somebody has to make sure that all the reports are done and all of the information is provided to either the federal, state, or private grant maker, so that we can get through the multi-year process of receiving those grants successfully and not being barred from future grants. So far, that position has brought in about $1 million for us, and we're now reaching the top of the learning curve for that new position, where I believe we're going to begin to see even greater return on that investment. So for a single FTE and $1 million in recovery with new monies that are not county monies, I think that's a pretty healthy return on investment so far, and we expect that we're going to see it increase. I also mentioned that they're responsible for training. I think it's really important to note that not only are we a law enforcement agency, which means we have to be expert in the administration of law enforcement, but we also are, and as much, a human behavior change expert agency. So I have to make sure that my staff are extremely well trained in the manners of not just adult, but juvenile behavior change. And our officers can't be one-trick ponies. They have to be universal soldiers. We are too small an agency for people to not be expert in everything. So they have to understand how juvenile brain development works, as well as how to cause a 45-year-old to change habits that they've developed over the last 30 years. That takes a lot of training. It takes a lot of education, takes a lot of repetitive, recurring effort and energy to ensure that they are up to that task. And that's where our Operations Support Division helps support those operations. Our adult operations, are responsible for everything from pretrial through to supervision in the field. And that includes a lot of increased population. We have been doing formal probation, obviously, for, well, frankly, over 100 years. But we've expanded our services to include, obviously, those that have come back from state prison through the PRCS populations, post-release community supervision with the public safety realignment that occurred over a decade ago, as well as mandatory supervision, which are those people that are committed to a local prison commitment through our local jail, and then return to our supervision in the community. And then the pretrial services, which it's not new per se, but it has grown to an incredible amount. We've watched our pretrial cases grow substantially over the last 3 years, and they are responsible for not just pretrial reporting to the court to make recommendations on pretrial services, but then pretrial monitoring in the community. And there are hundreds of people being supervised prior to their conviction in the court. They're being supervised by the probation department, monitored and reported on to the court. We also have, our workforce development programs with the NCCT, as well as our housing program with the Bridge House that operates out of Placerville. Youth services, as I have reported in the past, our youth services are soup to nuts. It's everything from one end of the spectrum to the other. So from diversion, those kids that come to us by referral of law enforcement or by school districts, excuse me, who are diverted out of a formal process, out of a court process, or who maybe are booked in juvenile hall, excuse me, maybe booked in juvenile hall, but aren't appropriate for us to refer forward through the district attorney's office to the court. And we manage diversion cases to ensure that kids stay further out of the system and not exposed greater or deeper into the system unless necessary. So those cases that do go to court and are managed in the community for years on end, including those kids that spend some time in juvenile hall. And this is where it gets very interesting for our JTC services. And I want to touch a little bit more on that on the next slide, but recognizing that a very small percentage of youth actually spend a significant amount of time in our detention center. And that's by design. That's by a practical design. Whereas the science says the more time that a kid spends in a juvenile hall, the more likely they are to return to that juvenile hall sometime in the future after they're released. And so we do our best to avoid unnecessary detentions or to avoid detentions that are occurring for longer periods of time than they need to. So our goal, our aim is, if it is safe from a public safety standpoint and of course a safety standpoint to the family and the child, we'll release a kid out of incarceration as quickly as possible. And I mean like hours. We want kids in and out of custody in hours if possible, but only if it's safe. And that takes a lot of investigatory work by my staff at the detention center to ensure that they're returning to a place that a family that can keep them safe and a place where children are are feeling safe. When that's not appropriate, then sometimes the detention center is the safest place for them. And we use it as that type of tool. And then ultimately, sometimes the court will order kids to programming when a kid has a substance use disorder or a significant mental health issue, or other issues where a program is the necessary path. The court will order them to a long detention program in our system. There is also what we refer to as the Sierra Youth Treatment Track, and I referred to it a little bit earlier. One of the big changes that occurred in California law a few years ago that has been being implemented over the last 3 to 4 years was the closure of the Division of Juvenile Justice. So whereas in the past, if there was a youth who was convicted or found responsible, to use the juvenile justice vernacular, found responsible for a serious or violent crime, and we'll just use murder as an example because it's the most simple. There was a youth found responsible for a murder in El Dorado County. Typically, that youth would be committed to some time at the Division of Juvenile Justice, which was run by the California Department of Corrections and was essentially a small camp for youth in the middle of a lot of nowhere places in California. But they would be there for years, many, many years. Well, that law that happened in 2000 changed that situation where the Division of Juvenile Justice closed in 2001, and the responsibility for those cases was returned back to local juvenile justice, which means the probation department. So now your juvenile hall is responsible for hosting kids anywhere from hours and those that we want to divert out of the system to kids that we house for up to 7 years contiguously. So as you can imagine, if you're a 15 or 16-year-old young boy, usually, not always, but let's say you're a 15 or 16-year-old boy or girl, and you've just been found responsible for a homicide in El Dorado County, and you're going to spend the next 7 years at the Juvenile Treatment Center up at South Lake Tahoe, that has now become your home. And because of that, we now have to pivot the type of home that we're providing to kids that are going to see them through their entire adolescence up through the point where they theoretically are maturing into adults at the age of 25 and 26 years old. And simultaneously, as you can imagine, for those of you that haven't been in the Juvenile Treatment Center, it's a relatively small facility. It's 2 pods. It's built like a small jail. And we have to house 13 and 14-year-old girls temporarily with 24 and 25-year-old boys potentially. And so that you can imagine that's a logistics complication that requires a lot of attention by staff primarily, and a lot of consideration for the way that we manage the infrastructure of the facility and the rules, programming, et cetera, to ensure that we don't have any, let's say, cross-contamination within the facility. And whereas in some adult facilities, you don't have to care about those things as much as you do in a juvenile facility. In our facility, we have to care about it at the penultimate rate, because even though somebody has done something heinous in the community or even done something minor in the community that causes us to be mad at them for a minute, when they're in our custodial care, they're somebody's child and they're somebody's grandchild. And it's up to us to ensure that we manage their safety at 100%. There's no room for error in our world. So our youth detention facility is a place that we take very seriously. It's the place that, you know, if I were to not sleep at night, that would be why. But fortunately, I have incredible staff and incredible leadership up there, and have for the entirety of my tenure. And it's been incredible to watch them evolve the programming up the JTC, such that it has become a relatively important place for kids for short-term and long-term detention, and effective in the tools that we're using to administer the juvenile justice up there. The programming has grown leaps and bounds. We're developing workforce development up there. We have a music program that was just installed up there in one of our classrooms as a partnership with EDCO. And EDCO has been an outstanding partner in all of this. They, you know, as the instructors and administrators for education in the facility, they bring a wonderful slew of opportunities to kids up there. So we're also working with NCCT to open a construction trades program up there in the facility. And so as we're looking at the revamp of the JTC, we're looking at being able to create space for all of these types of programs, appropriate space when it comes to trades programs, entertainment, recreation, education, and health and wellness programming for the kids. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about some influences, and they are local, state, and beyond. One of the things that has been a focal point for us over the last couple of years is, even though our juvenile justice population has gone down in El Dorado County over the last decade, the courts have shifted all hearings up to South Lake Tahoe. So now, even though you may be a kid out of El Dorado Hills, your court case is taking place in a courtroom potentially up in South Lake Tahoe. That's not so bad when those kids are in custody and we're moving them across parking lots over to the courthouse, but it's not so great if you're a family in Camino or Pollock or El Dorado Hills and having to drive up to South Lake Tahoe to attend to a court hearing with your child. The court has made some allocations for video arraignments or video hearings when possible, not always possible, especially for jurisdictional hearings or what would be known as a trial in adult court. Those things have to be heard live. And so families do have to travel up there, which means my staff have to travel up there. We're very used to the travel back and forth up over the divide, but it means that we have to travel much more over the divide. Statewide, there are a couple of programs or initiatives that have occurred just recently that are taking up a lot of our attention. And I'm sure you've heard it from different, or if you haven't, you will hear it from different department heads around CalAIM and Proposition 36. Proposition 36 was a rollback of some of the elements of Prop 47. And it will theoretically have an impact on the justice system throughout, from additional jail bookings to additional court hearings to additional supervision cases in the community. CalAIM is not just a responsibility of the county. If you operate a detention facility, whether adult or juvenile, we have responsibilities in the facilities to make sure that people have access to services and get support while in custody in order to prepare them for reentry into the community. But it's also potentially an opportunity from the probation department's perspective. It's an opportunity potentially for us to be able to gain state and federal funding to provide that funding to the services that we currently use state subvention grants and local general fund to operate. So the potential is there for us to be able to actually utilize CalAIM as a revenue source in the county, not for new stuff, but for existing stuff. And if we model ourselves correctly throughout this implementation, I think that it could be a win financially for the probation department. And then internally, this has been kind of a unique year already, and it's going to continue. We're going to be losing 10% of our staff to retirement. It already began in 24, and we're going to see it ramp up in 25, but a full 10% of our staff will be have reached retirement age and are preparing for their retirement right now. And of course, that has a big impact on our budget relative to retirement payouts. But more importantly, as you can see, we're losing over 250 years of experience in our department. So fresh blood is always a good thing, and we're looking forward to bringing in a lot of new probation officers, and that will be exciting. But it comes with a lot of challenges as well, because it's a lot of senior staff, which means a lot of promotions, and a lot of executive staff, which means a lot of leadership that will be going out the door. But more importantly, a lot of just very experienced probation officers that have had 20 plus years on the job. And it's time for them to move on to the next phase of life, and for us to hire brand new 20-something-year-olds into our midst and train them up in the new ways of community corrections. So with that, I will return 1 full minute to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Brian, for your
Yes.
presentation.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to bring it back to board. Any comments or questions? Anybody have any comments or questions?
Nothing else. Thanks.
So,
Thank you, Brian.
I have
Thank you.
Yeah.
just one quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
With regards to parents trying to get up to Tahoe for hearings, is there not some kind of transportation that you also provide?
So we, in special circumstances, can assist with transportation if that were an emergent need of the family. And they made that known to us. We will figure out a solution if there's a problem that we will not allow, especially for, say, like family visiting. One, we allow electronic visiting for kids in the treatment center. But two, if it were, say, like a money issue. Family just didn't have money for gas to pay for a trip up to Tahoe. We would use juvenile justice funding, state subvention funding to assist them in support by getting them gas cards, that type of
Okay.
thing, to support them up there.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Open it up to public comment, please. Well, we can do it all together, I think. That would be better. I think it would save a lot of time.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. All right, so I'll call up Jill Harn, Auditor and Controller, for your presentation, please.
Good morning, supervisors. As usual, I'm going to be a little bit insubordinate to start. El Dorado County Special, and we're different. The portion, we're unusual in that the super vast majority of our population lives in the unincorporated area. And I think it's very important. I think between now and when you adopt, when we're done with this around September, there's going to be people to come in with brilliant analysis, and they're going to say the county council's overpaid and overstaffed. And I can prove it by looking at the numbers. Or the planning director is overpaid and overstaffed. And I can prove it through my analysis. But we're a lot different. I mean, I'll flatter the five of you. You look at Yolo County, they have a population a little above 200,000. We have a population a little below 200,000. Each supervisor gets 2 assistants in Yolo County. 81% of the population of Yolo County lives in cities. So 81% of the complaints about road maintenance wouldn't come to the supervisor's assistants, or concerns and complaints about land use. The only thing that comes related to land use to the Yolo, and again, I'm making some generalizations here, is basically their general plan is if you want to do a subdivision, you need to annex into one of the cities. So the only thing controversial related to land use that the Yolo, again, I'm making a generalization here, most of what's controversial about land use in Yolo County that the board deals with is annexation into cities. So probably before we're done, someone's going to come in and say, you're overpaid, supervisors. But if you actually compare the type of services we have to provide countywide compared to a county like Placer, where most of the people live in cities. So if someone has a complaint about the level of law enforcement, they go and yell at the city council or yell at the city finance director. They don't yell at the board of supervisors. So thank you for indulging me. I give that presentation every several years. I'm sure Brian and Lori and George have probably heard it before. And Greg, you'll probably have to listen to it again. Just a warning. Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
I'm never ready, but sure. I'm always ready. They've got my name right there on the PowerPoint. My staff's done well so far. The mission statement or the goals of the auditor controller's office, and I'd say about 99% of what we do in the auditor controller's office is ministerial. We have very little discretion. We have to, if a department has a budgeted appropriation and a valid bill, we have to pay the bill regardless of a valid invoice, valid contract, etc. We have to pay the bill. We have no discretion in the matter. Same thing with property tax bills. We prepare the property tax bills oversimplification. Actually, and there's a mistake in my PowerPoint, the same mistake as I made last year. It talks about the amount of property taxes collected, where I've lied in writing in my presentation when actually the tax collector who's in the back of the room does all the collection. But essentially, we prepare the property tax bills. We extend the assessor's role, which sounds complicated. We take it, multiply it times 1%. The complicated part is adding on a bunch of special taxes, general obligation rates for school districts, and a lot of direct charges, whether they be mainly lighting and landscaping assessments, etc. So we also do, and we'll cover it, we do payroll for a bunch of county employees in quite a few special districts. So that's basically what our office does. In the PowerPoint is our organizational chart. I wouldn't want to spend a lot of time on it, but that's up to you. We've got 33 and a half allocated positions currently in our office. One concern I have right now is I have a few managers right now that are losing vacation because they're exceeding their vacation gap. And as I'll get into it a little later, we have a lot of stuff going on in the auditor's office right now. And it looks like we're going to have a lot of stuff going on throughout 2025. And because of that, some of my managers aren't going to be able to take the vacation that they should to keep themselves under their cap. Okay, since I don't have my reading glasses on, I've gone out of order. But the next page in the PowerPoint is what we do in the auditor's office. We're unusual. We're unusual because most of our population lives in the unincorporated area. We're also unusual and we have so many special districts. There was a point in time during the Dub Walker era where if you wanted to do a subdivision, the county didn't want to spend any money on road maintenance on that subdivision. So we created a bunch of what we call road community services districts. And we have one road community service district that has 12 parcels. They all pay a special tax to maintain their road. And it causes a lot of challenges because basically that road CSD with 12 parcels has to comply with 90% of the laws that you have to comply with. They have to comply with the Brown Act. They have to adopt a budget every year. They have to adopt a GAN limit every year. Very difficult. And it requires a high level of effort on our part to help these largely honest, great neighbors who are volunteering a bunch of their time to be criticized by their other neighbors to try to keep that community service district that does road maintenance going and keeping a few of the potholes filled. But we're unusual with how many special districts we have. I think we're unusual also in that we've got a lot of MOUs and a lot of different unions in El Dorado County. The best example is Placer. Last time I checked, they have three big, huge bargaining units. We have a bunch of bargaining units. And every time we have a different bargaining unit, the rules for processing payroll are slightly different. And it creates a more difficult technical process to do payroll. Why don't we go to the next pie chart, please, Ms. Doss? Real briefly, current year, we've got $5.6 million in appropriations. I'm ready to go to the next pie chart. We've got a net county, we don't bring in a lot of revenue. We've got a net county cost budgeted of $4.9 million. I think we're going to come in quite a bit below that for a number of reasons. One reason is we're putting in a lot of effort on West End Mello-Roos this fiscal year. And I'll touch on that real briefly in a bit. I just as soon skip the next pie chart, which is our net county costs by division. But I do think it's good to have it out there in the public record. What are the risks that we have in the? So I'd like to go to the next. Sorry, I'm elderly. I can't stand up long, Kim. The risk we have, we've discussed this before. We have this timekeeping implementation where the current version of Kronos that we have is not going to be supported. So we have to update our timekeeping system. We've got to get that done by the end of this year, or we're going to have real difficulties getting payroll done. We also have we have just ongoing updates related to Phoenix. And one of the problems that a government of our size has, and it deals with Phoenix, is the Governmental Accounting Standard Boards just is cranking out rules all the time. And those rules are designed to fix what I'm going to call abuses of the state of Illinois, New York City, huge municipalities that have plenty of money for additional disclosures in their financial statements. Well, the way they write the rules, everybody has to comply with them. So we're constantly, we have to amend our accounting system to come out to comply with these new these new Governmental Accounting Standard Board proclamations that we're required to comply with. We also have a problem. We have a lot of work we do in Microsoft Access. The version of Access that we're using is becoming stale, and we're going to have to update some of this work. And luckily, we have a couple of sharp people in our office that appear they're going to be able to keep us ahead of it and help us update these access programs that we're using that are vital for us to keep getting our work done. I better put on my glasses for this. Incoming programmatic challenges. Prop 19, which has cost us a little bit of property tax revenue. Prop 19 is, I assume most of the board knows what it is. It has to deal with bringing your old assessed valuation with you when you buy a new home in El Dorado. When you buy a home in El Dorado County, we're required to report what we're losing in property taxes to the state of California. Though at this point, there's no plan for anybody to do anything about it in terms of reimbursing us or making us whole. Real briefly, the rules about, we've got this Chronos timekeeping implementation that we've got to go through. And the IRS is complicating, and it's good because it allows people to save more for their retirement, complicating the rules related to the deferred comp program that we offer offer our employees. As I mentioned, we're challenged by the new GASB rules that are coming out constantly. We're also switching outside auditors, which is healthy. It's very healthy to do that, but they look at everything a little different and ask the questions a little bit differently, and it requires a lot more staff time on our part, but we'll get through it. The other concern I have that we're going to have to deal with in 25-26 is there's a big movement towards incorporation in El Dorado Hills. And that big movement will require a lot of information, data, and analysis to come out of the CAO's office and my office. And who knows, maybe it won't come to fruition and they won't actually move forward, but it sure sounds like they are going to move forward. And if they move forward, it's going to create a lot of demand for information out of my office, the CAO's office, and I don't want to understate that it'll require work in the sheriff's office, everybody's office. But it's a risk that I might have to come back to you and ask for extra help, ask for a consultant, and the CAO, I would think, would be in the same boat.
Joe, if they were to pursue that and there's extra costs, who pays for that? Would the incorporation group have to pay for that, or should they?
I'm sorry, I'm hearing a ding. It's my time. No, I know. I'm just
It's not just you.
They'll have to pay LAFCO for a lot of studies. There'll probably be a consultant that LAFCO hires to do some of the studies. That consultant will lean heavily on the CAO's office, my office, and other offices in the county to provide them the data information that they need to get the process rolling.
Is anyone going to pay the county for all that?
Probably the taxpayer. No, I'm unaware of a,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm unaware of a funding source that where we could demand reimbursement. And realistically, the residents of El Dorado Hills, as the residents of South Lake Tahoe or Cameron Park, they have the right to ask us a bunch of questions about how much revenue we have and what we're spending it on. So
course,
it's just a
but-
little more, it's
Yeah.
a little bit higher level than we,
That's what I'm
it's
saying. If we
cons-
have to hire additional staff to do this or consultant, it seems like that's something that we would want to explore. That's beyond and
Call the
above and
governor.
beyond.
yeah,
Okay.
call the governor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll fix it for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on it.
The other issue I want to make sure you're aware of is, you know, ideally we're partner, we deal real well with our partners and neighbors, and we're all trying to work together. I think the Cameron Park CSD has had 3 general managers, or excuse me, 4 general managers in the past. If it's not 3 years, it's 3.5 years. They have an unsustainable level of spending at the Cameron Park CSD. Every time they get a new general manager, they come in and they go over they come to my office and they go over all the numbers. And they want to go tax rate area by tax rate area to find out where their property taxes are coming from. And of course, they all fantasize that there's some mistakes been made and they're going to get $5 million extra a year property taxes. Those are unlikely. That's very unlikely that they're going to find that error, but I hope they do. So I have a feeling in 2025, I'm going to continue to spend. The other thing, their board members come up and ask a bunch of questions. I think my office is going to be spending a lot of time with Cameron Park CSD in 2025. The other community services district I think I'm going to be spending a ton of time with is El Dorado Hills Community Services District. I'm hoping that George and Greg will help me kind of de-escalate the situation we're in right now. But how that goes, not sure. Anyway, I apologize for not following my PowerPoint. I never do, and I'm ready to answer any questions you have.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions? Okay. All right, thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. So
Remember, at 10, you have a public hearing.
Yes, we do.
In fact,
Yes,
I
we
may
do.
speak for
Stick
2
around.
more minutes.
So stick
Yeah.
around. Yeah. In fact, I think you want to take a little bit of break before we do that? Are you open to that before we?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll come back at 10.
Yeah, come
So
back.
we come back at 10.
Yeah. All right. This time, 10 o'clock, we'll actually the auditor controller, item 16, excess proceeds. Joe?
Item number 16 is a hearing from the auditor controller recommending the board authorize the auditor controller to disperse excess proceeds for the assessor's parcel numbers and dollar amounts as shown on the attached list. Supervisor Turnbull, can you please open the public hearing?
Open the public hearing.
George, I'm going to get you back on schedule.
You are. Okay, good. Right. At this time, does the board have any questions?
Nope.
No questions? All right. Can we open it up to public comment, please?
Now taking public comment on item number 16. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Hi, guys. Budgets, my favorite thing. I love me a good Excel sheet, Joe. So I'll be sad if you get rid of the Excel sheets because I really like those. I wanted to say something that comment on something Joe said about everybody's going to go crazy thinking everybody's being overpaid. You want to know something? I actually think the opposite. I often feel that if we, excuse me.
Kelly, this is not the presentation that's brought up right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, I thought they said we were concluded. Okay, sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
When are we having public comment on the probation and Joe?
No, Kelly, we're having public comment on item number 16, which has to do with the disbursement of excess proceeds from the auditor's office.
Okay, maybe I missed something. Sorry.
That's all right.
There's no public comment.
Close the hearing, George.
Oh, all right. So I close the hearing. Bring it back to the board for discussion.
Is there a motion, Supervisor Veerkamp?
Mr. Chair, I'll move the item for
I'll
approval.
second.
All those in favor by saying aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thanks, Mr. Harn.
Thanks, Joe. All right, so at this time, I guess we'll go to the assessor. John DeVille, come on up.
And just to be clear for the public, you're now returning back to item number 15, which was your department
Right.
presentations.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Morning, Chair, members of the board, John DeVille, your Aurora County Assessor. That's a great opportunity today to speak before you and get prepared for the 25-26 budget. I have about 12 slides for you. Talk a little bit about our mission statement, the role of the assessor. Talk a little bit about the 2024 role highlights, get into a little bit about our budget, talk about some performance indicators, and then finish up with some questions. So I got a clicker here. Okay. So the mission statement of the El Dorado County Assessor's Office, our mission is to establish property values fairly and equitably for all property owners in El Dorado County and to provide exceptional service to the public. Our values are integrity, efficiency, and innovation. The role of the assessor. So I think it's just key to just go over what our role is, what my role is. So the assessor is a constitutionally elected officer, elected every 4 years. Key responsibilities of the assessor is to locate, inventory, and identify the ownership of all property in El Dorado County that's taxable. We determine a taxable value for all property in the county. We determine and apply all legal exemptions. And the assessor must maintain property records and provide property owners and the public access to the assessment roll as applied by law. And most importantly, we have to deliver the assessment roll. to the Auditor Controller's Office by July 1st of each year. Moving on, this is our organizational chart. Here we have 41 allocations. I'm really proud of this group. It's a great team. I've worked for 2 Fortune 100 companies. I've worked for the Auditor Controller's Office. I've worked for the Sheriff's Office. This team is the brightest I've worked with, hardworking, resilient. I'm really proud to be their leader. So we have 41 personnel allocations. We have 5 people in the business assessment unit. We have 15 people in the appraisal unit, comprised of 13 appraisers, 1 appraiser supervisor, and 1 appraisal aide. We have 7 people in assessment support. We have 4 people total in our GIS IT unit. We have 5 people in our property transfer unit. We have 2 assessment managers, 3 people in admin, which consist of the assistant assessor, the assessor, and an administrative technician. The next couple of slides are related to the property tax administration cycle and the property tax workflow. Before I get into that slide, I want to share a quote with you, one of my favorite quotes regarding government and property. It's by one of our greatest forefathers in this country, Alexander Hamilton. He said, "The security of property is one of the great objects of society, and that property alone cannot exist where there is no government." I think that's fitting as we go into the property tax administration cycle slides. The assessor plays a key role in government, along with my colleagues, the auditor and the treasurer tax collector, along with all the other departments in the county. So just to go over it, the property tax administration cycle, the assessor maintains the inventory of all assessable property in the county, appraises and values all the property, prepares the various assessment rolls. Then we hand over that assessment roll to the auditor. The auditor determines the property tax rates based on statutes, applies the rates to value each property, then turns over the tax roll to the tax collector. The tax collector prints and mails the tax bills and posts them online, collects deposits and processes the payment, and pursues payment of delinquent bills. That's the cycle. Digging down deeper into the property tax workflow, it starts with the clerk recorder. Clerk recorder provides all the copies of deeds and recorded documents. The city of South Lake Tahoe, the city of Placerville, and El Dorado County Planning provides copies of the building permits. We use those permits, conduct some of our assessments. We assess all the real and personal property in the county, which includes businesses, single-family residences, commercial real property, boats, airplanes, all the property located in the county. Then we turn over that assessment roll to the auditor controller. They calculate the tax bills, hand it over to the treasurer tax collector. They collect all the property tax revenue. And then lastly, the auditor controller allocates the property tax revenue to the local agencies, including counties, cities, and schools. So that's the property tax workflow in a nutshell there. Moving on, I want to talk about the roll history in El Dorado County. Here's a chart here that goes back to 1977. You can see the roll history trend, except for a blip there during the Great Recession. It's trending up. And starting back in 1977, excuse me, the value of our roll was 1.4 billion. In 1980, it was 2.7 billion. 1990, it was 6.7 billion. In 2000, it was 12.3 billion. Between 2000 and 2008, it went from 12.3 billion to 28 billion, which it more than doubled during that time. Between 2010 and 2020, it went from 25.7 billion to 36.9 billion. And the roll value for 2024 was 46 billion. this past year. So significant growth, 25% growth since 2020. Some of our assessment role highlights for 2024. It was compared to 2023, there was 2 billion in assessed value growth. What drove that growth? 1.23 million was from new construction and sales. 710 million roughly was just our normal Prop 19 consumer price index trend, which maxes out at 2% per year. There was 11.8 million in exemption tax relief that was experienced by property tax or property owners in El Dorado County. We saw 4.53% growth compared to 2023. We saw 6.27% growth in our business assessments, and we eclipsed $1 billion in value for our business assessed values. In total, we assessed over 72,000 single-family residential properties, over 2,500 multifamily residential properties, and we assessed over 30,000 timeshare intervals, all up in Tahoe. Assessed over 4,100 business properties. So quite a bit of work that was done, and pretty astounding total assessed value in this county. So when it's all said and done, after you apply the exemptions, it's roughly 458 million in revenue, and of that, schools and education get roughly 80% or 40%, excuse me, which results in roughly 183 million for schools and education. Cities and special districts get around 37% of that total property tax revenue, which equates to roughly 169 million. And then the general fund, which pays my salary, your salary, and operates many of the departments, we received roughly 23%, which is around 105 million.
Can you show that slide?
I don't have that in a slide.
You don't, okay.
I don't have that in a slide. I can do that for next time, and I can send you that information. I can send you a sheet we have.
Yeah.
So what drove that 2 billion in growth? The next couple of slides kind of go into that. What drove that 2 billion in growth? I'm actually going to start with this slide, and then we'll go back to the other one. So 2024 total growth, roughly 2 billion. What drove it? Well, supplemental assessments, new construction, sales, transfers, 61%. Next was our Prop 13 CPI trend, 36%, and then our growth and our business assessments, 3%. So digging deeper into that 61% and kind of spreading it along to the unincorporated city of South Lake Tahoe and city of Placerville. See for sales and transfers, unincorporated, 749 million in value, 198 in city of South Lake Tahoe, 32 in city of Placerville. For new construction, 208 million in unincorporated, 42 million city of South Lake Tahoe. And it's actually not zero. This slide's in millions, so it went to zero because it's less than $1 million. It's roughly less than 500,000 in the city of Placerville. So the ground total there, what drove that 2 million in growth is 1.228 billion from supplemental assessments. So moving on to the budget. Just a snapshot of the assessor's office budget here. If I draw your eyes down to the bottom row, net county cost from 22-23 to 23-24, And then currently in 25, 26, see modest increases in net county costs. And pretty straightforward budget there. Service and performance indicators. So the main performance indicator for the assessor's office is making sure we turn in that roll by July 1st. That's key. We've been focusing on public engagement. In 2025, we want to do 15 public engagements just to kind of get the word out. Most recently, I spoke with the Veterans Commission and talked about disabled veterans exemptions. That was very effective. We're trying to get more people signed up for that. We saw an increase in low-income disabled veterans by 27%. So 27% more low-income disabled veterans applied for the exemption in 24 than we saw in 23. So our efforts are working in that regard. We're actually capturing statistics and other information for public counter contacts. We're capturing that information so we can see why are people coming in, how can we get better. A few statistics from that, we're seeing that the main reason why people come in is for the questions about transfers. Secondly, we're seeing 12% of people come in for exemptions questions. 7% of people are coming in for Prop 19 transfer questions. 10% of the people that are coming in after we've spoken with them shouldn't be in our actual office. They should be in other departments. So we redirect around 10% of the people that come in for the counter. So we're going to look at that and see if we can improve that. The plan for the next 2 years while I'm in office is to continue to enhance customer service, continue to optimize systems and streamline processes, enhance communications, and innovate with smart, cost-effective technology. The role of the strategic plan that I think our office best fits in is workforce. Sorry, I have it written down here.
Excellent.
Workforce excellence, yeah. And then strategic innovation. That's where we fall best. With that, are there any questions?
All right, I'll bring it back to my fellow board members for any questions.
Just a quick comment.
Okay.
So John, you mentioned sharing information and communication with the public. I would say, remember that most of us board members either have social media or newsletters that we also love to share, services, resources in the county. So always feel free. If you have something for our newsletters, please share it. Because I do think that the county offers a lot of resources that people just don't know about. And so, and every once in a while we'll get a thank you. People go, we didn't know. And that, I think that's what we're here for.
Yeah,
so.
thank you for that. I think that's something we need to do more of, and what we're sharing, share with board
Absolutely.
members and Carla, and get the word out a little bit better. That's what we're going to try to focus on more this next question.
John, looks like you've got maybe 4 vacancies right now. Are you having trouble filling those? Obviously, the role of the assessor is important. We get things on the rolls and hopefully get it coming in. So is that becoming an issue, or how are you doing?
No, I think we're filling vacancies pretty well. We have open recruitment coming up for some appraiser positions. We have another one coming up for an assessment technician. We just unfortunately lost a very good employee up in Tahoe. Now, Tahoe's sometimes a challenge, but I think the pool of professionals applying in the last couple of years have been pretty darn good. I'm pretty impressed with the new people we've hired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. DeVille, thank you for your presentation. I was aware of some properties that were destroyed in the Calder fire that were still receiving tax assessments. Can you just kind of comment on how that happened? I mean, I think that this was resolved amicably. I think that the tax collector's office helped with it, but I'm just wondering what can people expect in that regard?
I'm not aware of any particular issues that we ran across. I know we did kind of a clean slate reduction. There is some new construction happening from the Caldor fire, but I don't, I'm not aware of any issues.
So
And if there is some issues, we'll definitely correct it, but there should have been a pretty, with the properties that were completely destroyed, we did a reduction, I think 95%. And then we did a reduction on, and it was consistent across the board when there was properties that weren't fully damaged, and we did a different adjustment. But if there was some one-offs that weren't adjusted properly, I'm sure my staff took care of the issue, but the issue is still out there. We'll resolve it for sure.
Thanks.
Greg, any questions?
Thank you, John.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you.
Thanks,
John,
everybody.
for-
Thanks, John.
Thank
Good to
you.
see you all.
Appreciate it. All right, so I'll let Janelle Horn, Recorder Clerk, for her presentation.
I'd like to drive Kim if I can. That would be great. Is it all up there? Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I love giving this presentation to you all, also because it's more to tell the public really what each department does and remind them how much we do for them and where we are, and just being there, giving all that information. I'm Janelle Horn, your elected El Dorado County Recorder Clerk. First thing I'd like to do is show you our presentation here. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So the recorder, we have our vision, mission, and core values. Our vision is basically to be leaders by example in customer satisfaction, employee knowledge, and empowerment, and to serve with honesty and integrity. And our mission to get there is to serve each person in our community with dignity, respect, transparency, and professionalism. Our core values are also what uphold our mission statement, which is growth and development, adaptability, ownership, integrity, communication, and equity. Our staff, I just want to put in a little note about our staff. I think that we have the best staff in the county. I might be a little biased, but I really have to say that they absolutely work very hard to uphold our mission statement and to serve every person that comes into our office, whether they're coming to record a deed or get married, that they greet them with a smile, and they're there to help them, whether they're, and even if they're in the wrong location, we direct them on where to go. And so I'm very proud of them. They work very hard and do their jobs very well. The purpose of the recorder is actually the recorder clerk's office is required by statute. The office of the recorder clerk ensures a vital link to the past and is maintained for future generations by processing and preserving legal documents while providing public access to flawless and accurate records within the county that actually go back all the way to 1850. The recorder clerk is the recorder itself is responsible for examining and recording of documents presented to the office that deal with real property in the county or as required by local, state, and federal law. The recorder official records are recorded, indexed, scanned, and stored. The public may search, view, and purchase a copy of these records. The county clerk, which is a separate office but combined into one, is the officer in charge with filing, preserving, and maintaining records relating to public filings as required by statute. The recorder clerk strives to provide efficient and cost-effective services to customers while maintaining the highest degree of public trust. So here's a list of our duties and responsibilities. We process on the recorder side, real property records, financing documents, maps, mining claims, military discharge papers, mechanics and tax liens, abstracts of judgment and judgment liens, and we issue certified copies of vital records. Also, just to note in regards to the tax liens, we provide those at no additional cost to the county or the treasurer tax collector's office for doing that process. We also collect the PCORs on behalf of the assessor's office, which is the preliminary change of ownership, which then helps them to determine if they're how to transfer ownership when we receive a deed. And we also provide that at no cost to the department. We also do daily downloads of specific recorded documents to the assessor's office so that they can do their job. The clerk side is we issue marriage licenses. We file fictitious business name statements. We do notary public registrations. We file environmental documents like CEQA. We have the roster for public agencies. We perform civil marriage ceremonies and oaths, and we maintain the oaths of office. Just a little note for civil marriage ceremonies. It's like it's the fun part of the job. Valentine's Day is coming up, and we are almost full for Valentine's Day. It's a very affordable option for those who would like to get married. It's only $40 for us to officiate that ceremony for them, and they can get married anywhere on the county property. Next is our organizational chart here. We are a small team, but we are mighty. We do quite a bit of duties, as you saw before. Currently, for the 24-25 fiscal year, we have 12 full-time employees. We do have 3 vacancies right now. We do not plan on filling those. Actually, in the next upcoming year, 25-26, we're going to propose to lower that to 10 full-time employees, which will not affect any staff because they are vacant. I'm kind of laying the groundwork for that. I'm doing this on in good faith that when I do need those positions, that when recordings do increase, that I can come back to the board and they will allow me to fill those positions as needed. We have 2 locations. We have our main office where most everything is done in the Placerville office here in Building B, right next door, 360 Fair Lane. I think it's also the most beautiful building that we have in the county with our atrium. And then we also have our South Lake Tahoe office that we serve. We serve up there 1 day a week. And then during the summer, when it gets a little bit busier with weddings, we will go up there 2 days a week if needed. Onto our budget. Our budget currently right now is 1.5 million approximately. We are at a negative net county cost. We do not cost the county any money to run our department. Everything is collected by the fees that we collect to record or issue licenses or issue certifications. If we do not meet that county budget, like as of right now, because we're not receiving enough income, we do have special revenue accounts that we can draw from. They are restricted revenue, so it is very specific on how we can use those funds, but we do use them as needed. Let's see here. Oh, One of the other things that we do, yes, is we collect documentary transfer tax on behalf of the county. And last year in 2024, we collected about $3.1 million. That actually goes for the city of South Lake Tahoe, the city of Placerville, and the county. So we divide those up depending on how that comes in. And again, that's another service that we offer to the county. We don't take a service charge out of that. The county and the cities get full amount of that. We provide, let's see here. Let's just go to the next one. All right, so here is a volume comparison. So total transactions for 2024 is 58,037. That includes everything that we do. So it's a lot of work and it keeps us very busy. It's broken up. You can see the majority of what we do is recordings, which is about 67%. Next is certified copies, and then regular copies, marriage licenses, and then other falls into like notarios, process servers, and marriage ceremonies, which marriage ceremonies it's small in that regard, but we do between 300 to 400 a year in the county here at the office. So doesn't seem like a lot looking at that chart, but it is quite a bit. So when I gave, so for 2024 compared to 2023, we had a small increase of about 4% in total transactions from the previous year. That is mainly recordings, but since first part of the year, so the first part of the fiscal year, so from July to December, we did see that increase, which is shown there. But I would say since the beginning of the year, probably mostly due to the new administration, and then also with the fires down in Southern California, we have seen a short decrease, hopefully won't affect too long, but in our recordings. So we've seen a little bit of a decline there. And I'll talk about a little bit more about that in just a second on my thoughts of the future. So this is a new slide that I have not included before, but I think it gives you a good idea of what is normal for us. We average, this is a 30-year average. And so usually we're at about 60,000 documents per year. And as you can see, as the economy grows and people are buying homes, like in 2005, there's an increase in recordings. And then as the economy dropped a bit, it dropped in 2012-ish there. And then it pretty much maintained around that 60,000. And then we saw an increase in 2020, 2021, a little bit of 22, not much, but just the beginning there. And then all of a sudden we saw a huge decline. So that big decline was basically in 2023, and it's unprecedented. We were in 23, we were at 36,000 documents per year, and then 2024 we're at 38,000 documents per year. So we're looking at if we continue on the path that we are right now, we're looking at 2023 numbers as far as recordings go. So I would say we're in uncertain territory, and that it's hard to guesstimate on what is going to happen within our real estate community. And this is what I wanted to share with you, is that in light of our recent fires that we had in Los Angeles County, I believe that the insurance ability to obtain insurance is going to affect our housing market up here. And I'm sure you guys already know that. But we haven't really seen how it's going to affect us yet. And that's to be seen. I think that it will affect the values if we're unable to obtain insurance. As just for an example of when we had the Paradise Fire, my insurance company at that time went insolvent. And so I had to obtain new insurance at that time, and it almost doubled. And so I'm just not trying to be a bearer of bad news, but to prep you as to kind of know what's going on. But the thing that it concerns me using my background of being in mortgage is that if you have a mortgage, you're required to have insurance. And if you cannot get insurance, the mortgage companies will force place insurance onto your property, which affects your payment. And so I'm hope that we don't get to that. I hope we find a solution, whether it be here within county, we find a solution, or the state finds a solution, or the federal government finds a solution on how we can make sure that that doesn't happen to our homeowners and the people that live here in the county. So I'm optimistic. We'll see what happens, but just kind of giving you an update on my experience and perception of what may take place. So some of our projects that are coming up. So we have our recorder fee bill that we have been working on. We worked on it back in 2024, trying to find an author. But when everybody in the legislature is running for office, they don't want to support a fee increase. So because all of the fees for recording, they're set by statute. And so we do need to increase them. We have a bill, we have it already written, actually. We just need to find an author. And our Recorders Association is actually having a difficult time finding anybody who wants to support that. And so I'm letting you guys know that inability to find somebody to support that bill can hurt our department, because if I can't cover the costs of what it costs to run my department and I run out of my special revenue funds, I could be a burden on the general fund. And so if you guys have any contacts within CSAC or even within the state that we can really push and get this authored and approved, because the fees haven't been increased since 2010. And so we are way behind. And not that they would be increased that much. We're only looking at going up to $20 from $14. So it's not a huge increase. But every little bit helps. And so I'm just putting that out there even to the public, if they even know anybody that can help as well, because as funds are tight, we don't want to be a burden in the recorder's office.
Hey, Janelle, has
Yes, ma'am.
the County Recorders Association reached out directly to CSAC? I mean, they can do that.
Yes, I actually made a phone call and I spoke to somebody over there last year. So it's about that time, because we're bringing it back again to find someone. So I just need to reconnect with them and see if we can get on board.
But I mean, the association, isn't there like a leadership of this?
There is, yeah, we
Okay.
have a legislative committee that
Okay.
can reach out to them for
Yeah.
sure.
Okay,
Mhm.
just checking.
Yes, yes. I was gonna say,
About the CSAC stuff? No, don't know. It'll come back to you.
I lost it.
Sorry.
So we also have our map project. So any of those who have come and done a tour at the office have seen our map project and how it's moving slowly as we do it as we have time. I've actually put this project on hold for a little bit because of the amount of that it costs to do it. So we're just hanging on to those funds that are in the special revenue accounts that we use them to maybe be used for other things. So, and then we have our AB 1466 project, which is, it's a project that basically redacts any discriminatory verbiage that would be within a document. And this is also not, we don't have to pay for that through the general fund. It's covered by our special revenue accounts. So we're working on that. We already signed our contract last year and moving forward with that. So our goals and our focus is always making sure that we have communication with the board to let them know what's going on, which is not very often, but then also good communication with the public, communication to our staff of expectations, just having communication all around. making sure that we're doing cross-training. That's something that we have done since we implemented our new software system in 2020. So all staff are cross-trained. Making sure that we finish our projects. It is a goal to do that and continue to preserve our documents so that anybody can come and view them, get what they need whenever they need them, and staff development. And then always looking for increases of efficiency. I think we've done a really great job in that. And we're pretty much as limited as we possibly can now on our little thin budget that we've maintained for several years now. But I want to thank you guys so much for allowing me to give my presentation to you. I'm here for any questions that you may have in regards to the office or anything.
Thanks, Janelle. Bring it back to the board for any questions or
I'm good.
comments.
Very good. Thank
Very
you,
good.
Janelle.
Thank
Great.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, John. All right. So Karen Coleman, treasurer, tax collector. Come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm glad I get to do this in the morning this time. Whew. As it goes on later in the day, it can get a little exhausting and tiring for you all, I'm sure. So Chair Turnbull, board, thank you for having me. Karen Coleman, treasurer, tax collector. So I'm here to provide you an update. I am. And I'm going to let you do it because I always screw it up. Thank you. I'm here to provide you an overview of the treasurer tax collector's office. You can go on to the next. So our vision is we collect the money, we bank the money, we invest the money, and then we serve the public. And I want you all to know that my office serves a lot of the public, okay? Because every single tax season, we have a lot of our constituents come in to pay their tax bills. Sometimes they pay with cash, sometimes they pay with checks, but they like to pick up their receipt to get for their own income tax purposes. So I have a fabulous team that is oftentimes the only team that has face-to-face contact with our people or phone contact with our citizens of this county. And they do a fabulous job. I think right now, I have to say that Janelle liked to say her team, but I think I have the best team in the county and the whole county. I've been around this county for a while and I've worked in different departments, and I have such a dedicated, loyal staff that I cannot say enough how proud I am to be the treasurer tax collector. Anyway, so I digress. So our mission is to effectively manage the financial resources of El Dorado County that are in our purview through efficient collections, daily banking, safe and sound investments, and exceptional service. Next. So I really didn't give you a fancy one-by-one org chart. I just kind of wanted to let you know what we have in our office, because my people have to work across lines. We cannot silo. We don't have a big enough department. So at any time, anybody can be called on to do anything as within their classification, obviously. So in our office, and as my title says, we do tax collection, we do treasury, we actually do revenue recovery also. And then we have just the general administration that we do. Our total operating appropriations are about $3.6 million. In each section of our department, the revenue recovery department has decreased by 9%, tax increased by 0.7%. The treasury increased by 5%, admin increased by 17%, but it's an overall increase of 6.7% for the year over year. Next, county cost. is about 1.3 million, which is a 5% increase over last fiscal year. So revenue recovery, obviously slight decrease of 16.4, tax decreased actually by 73.5. Treasury is a zero-sum game, and then admin increased by 17%. Next. Our revenue, we're fortunate. We get a little bit of revenue that's outside of the general fund, particularly to cover our treasury department. We get a little bit of money for tax administration also, and then we get our business license revenue. So our revenue increased by 8% year over year last year. And then I do service indicators to just kind of go over the last 5 years, because I think 5 years is kind of more relevant than large amounts of time. So this is our tax collection. Secured property taxes over the last 5 years have increased by 22%. But what I want to let you know is that our collection rate is pretty standard. We have about a 99% collection rate every year. So the amounts that are billed and the amounts that are collected just kind of go up the same every year. That's it. And then unsecured, we've actually been instituting some collection methods that are a little more, we call them enhanced collection efforts, which is unsecured property is boats, aircraft, business property, possessory interests, and different things like that. But because I know that that's an area where we can improve our revenue, bringing in our revenue to the county, I have been able to make some efforts into improving our collections. So over the last year over year, we had a 41% increase of unsecured taxes. Okay. TOT has increased about 86% over the last 5 years, but I do want to caution all of you, when I put my numbers in, it's the total TOT. It includes the 4% that goes to transportation, west slope, east slope, and occasionally it might include like a big collection that we get from somebody who hasn't been paying their taxes. So it's kind of one of those, it's not always, because I'm really anticipating some decreases in that area, particularly because of the cap and the buffer and the things that the county has put in place to preserve neighborhoods. And I think that's a great idea, actually. The total increase year over year for TOT from last year was 3%. So just keep in mind that 4% increase. We haven't had it for very long. Business license revenue over the last 5 years, a 13% increase, but has decreased by 2% over the last year. And I believe that that's probably a result of COVID, of the shutdowns, because I think restaurants have been hit. I'm sure you guys drive around the county and you can see closed businesses. You know, there's just shuttered places all over the place. You know, and I've thought about bringing back something to the board because we have a very, very inexpensive business license fee. But I know that there was an extra tax this year because our governor decided to put an onus on our business owners instead of paying a debt to the federal government. And now in order to collect that money, he's going to put it onto our business owners. So I don't want to add any additional fees to our business owners because that's the engine of our county, really, is small business. Right. So I am a nice tax collector. So next, our investment pool has increased by 57% over the last 5 years. It's 4% over last year. But just so you guys know, this investment pool isn't just the county's money. It's the school's money, special district money, And some of the other outside agencies, fire departments and things like that have money in our pool. First Five, different places like that. We invest for them too. And it's the idle money. So we bank, and part of that banking is also money that the state sends to the county that we have to deposit and handle through our banking, and any idle funds just get invested. And we have a really great process in our office that has actually resulted in some pretty decent interest returns for not just the general fund, but for all of our agencies throughout the county. Okay, the next one. So the role in the strategic plan, you know, we're taking care of all the money that comes into the county. A department might have to do a deposit permit, but all that money comes into my department, and we do the deposit for it, and then we track it through the process, make sure the accounting is correct, and anything that's available for investing, we invest that. So we're pivotal, right? We're pivotal in making sure that everybody from law enforcement to, you know, the girl that sits at my front office gets a paycheck. And then the treasury, we safeguard our funds through things like positive pay, payee positive pay, which is a process where we have different items on a check that if they are different than what we have reported to the bank, those checks can't be cashed. It's fraud protection. So we work very closely with the auditor's office to make sure that we have those kinds of protections in place. And then obviously we invest our money safely, but also, you know, with some ideas that we're going to be able to get a good return on our money and then make it available as needed when we have capital outlays or payroll or anything else. So we have a lot of highlights that I'd like to go over. So our administrative unit, we've updated our fee schedule to accurately reflect the cost of doing business. We've enhanced our record retention schedule, which is actually kind of an interesting process. But we're trying to move away from paper copies to electronic copies. And so we've been able to make a lot of leeway in that area. And then we obviously are working on strategic plan for succession planning in the office. Tax collection. So as you have heard both John and Joe talk about the tax roll, our departments work so well together that our county is the first. We have, for the last 2 years, we've been the first county in the state to get our property tax bills out. And we make that a goal to get it out as early as possible, because what usually happens is people will start paying. And so if we get the bills out in September and people start paying, and we don't have to appropriate that money out until after, you know, the following month after the delinquency date. So like if we start collecting money in September and we don't have to appropriate it until January, we get to hold those funds for a while, and it helps us to earn interest on our idle funds, right? So it's just math equations. I love math. Anyway, and it gives our citizens and homeowners an opportunity to get their tax money ready to pay their bills. So it's a twofold win-win, I think. We've also taken steps to create easier ways for residents to pay their taxes. And as Janelle made a comment about the insurance problems, you know, we have a lot of seniors that live in our county, and some of them have mortgages and some of them don't, but it doesn't really matter for those people who, you know, need insurance. You need insurance. Your home is an asset. Okay. You have to have insurance, right? At some level. A lot of people are foregoing it if they've already paid off their house, but you know, that's kind of scary. So we have contracted with a vendor called Easy Smart Pay, which is kind of like a Christmas club account for your tax bill, where people can send money monthly to save up to make their tax payment in December and April. An e-check is free, 0, and a credit card payment is 1.99%. So both are cheaper than what we offer to our general public. And I think that's going to be a great service to a lot of our constituents in this county. And then we've taken steps to enhance our collection process, our business license collection processes, our TOT collection processes through the implementation of HDL Cloud. And then we also have a Deckard program, but all of this are new contracts and a lot of work that we have to do to make sure that that we have the software and the technology to do the best job at the most efficient ways. Okay, tax sale, sometimes I don't really like to talk about it, but we do have a lot of properties that end up in the tax sale because people are unable or unwilling to pay their taxes. This year we had 71 people who were in jeopardy paid prior to the tax sale. And then I think we sold maybe 17 properties or something like that. And then it gets those properties back into the tax roll. And normally people will start paying because the penalties and interest on those late payments becomes quite overwhelming if you don't keep up on it. We also have continued our improvement, our collection efforts for delinquent unsecured taxes. I kind of gave you a little bit of that. And we have a field agent who goes out and really works with people to make sure that they're aware that they have these bills and that it's to their benefit to pay them because they just keep increasing if they don't. And we're going to, and I think I've spoken to you, we're sending probably, we used to send about 100 people to the franchise tax board for collection. This year, we've got a list of 850. So it's very possible that some of you might hear about that because people, their taxes are going to get intercepted to pay us. So for our treasury, we've implemented a new investment. Well, it's not new, it's the same system, but it's in the cloud and it has more bells and whistles for reporting. And so we're really working on that. And we've got a great cash flow projection process in place. And we work with other agencies like schools and stuff to make sure that we're all communicating about when big capital outlays are going out. We've helped departments get credit card payments. Oh, Lord. I wish I could get everybody on, but a lot of times the schedules that other people are on and the schedules that I have to maintain just conflict, and we haven't been able to manage it all, but we keep making progress. So revenue recovery, departments refer their collections to us because we're much better at it than they are. And we've received 200 referrals and mailed out about 2,000 collection letters. And we've taken steps to update the fees because a lot of departments, I think, were maybe leery or weary because they used to have to pay a percentage for the work that we do. But now we've decided that it's okay to charge the debtor those fees rather than charging the department those fees. And so we've done that, which I think is a good thing. And then again, the FTB, we use FTB in revenue recovery to franchise tax board intercept. So collaborative, that's that, we do with other departments. And I think one of the biggest ones that we've been working on that's taken up a significant amount of time across is the deferred comp. And we've learned a lot through the trainings that we've went to. And you know, county council has been tremendous at getting all of these things implemented and helping us through it, because there's a lot of legal jargon. And, but I think we're to a place right now where we're actually going to be able to have a better process. And for those of us who have to participate in the training, and maybe the contract that we contracted with an outside person or company to help us with it, that now we're going to be able to generate some revenue to help pay for that. So it's not going to be, you know, coming out of general fund money. And I like that. Anyway, so we're still working on the payee positive pay project, but I'm thinking that we're going to get some, you know, trajectory and some steam going, I hope. And then we implemented Deckard, and we eliminated host compliance, eliminated Deckard, and it's a very user-friendly. I think both departments, planning and building, and my department really like the software. And then we've been running through teams with the auditor controller on the external audit. And then the last thing I really do want to talk about is that it's not something that we've already done, but it's something that we're working on. And it's a project that'll help us do e-billing for our tax bills. And the contract is in place already, and it's called Invoice Cloud. So we're in the process of implementation. And I'm really hoping that it comes to fruition, because I think it's really important. The world is changing a lot, right? A lot of people don't want to write checks. A lot of people don't want to come into the office. They want to do everything on their phone. And this is going to give us an opportunity to do reminders when property tax bills are due, and people can click on a link and pay their property tax bill right on their phone. And I'm really optimistic that it's going to work out. I think we're the first county in California that's working on it. But again, you know, I have a great team. You know, Julia Tate is a project manager extraordinaire. And Sean Capola, even though he's a new addition to our office, he has been able to take on so much of the responsibility. Even Sean wrote my talking points today. And he hasn't ever done the budget here. So I have such a great support staff, and I want to thank them and thank all of you for all the support that you've given me over the years. And that's it for me. Questions?
Thank you, Karen, for your presentation. So I'll open it up to the board.
Very good.
Just a quick comment, two comments actually. Your enthusiasm and love of math and technology, our county has benefited greatly. And I just, want to share with everyone, in case you haven't been on a committee yet, where the budget, every year we talk about budgets and everybody goes, wow, look at this interest we've got this year, and I always say our treasurer tax collector is really good at math and loves it. So you're right. All our organizations benefit from that, and just thank you. And for understanding the changing world that we're in, because not too long ago, El Dorado County was always being accused of being in the past, and we're rocking it. So thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Outstanding, Karen.
Anybody else? Great.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So let's go now to land
Karen?
use. Go ahead.
I gotta take a break. Sorry,
Okay.
I'll be right back.
So we'll
You
take a
guys can
5-minute
go.
break.
You want to start without me? You want
Is it okay to start without her?
The surveyors.
Yeah,
not even
okay.
here.
All right. So we're going to go to land use and development. I'll call the surveyor up. Brian Fraser, please.
Good morning, board. As you can tell, I'm not Brian. He had a unforeseen issue to go take care of. So unfortunately for you, you have to deal with me. We are the county surveyor. Oh, first, sorry. I'm Justin Cisneros. I'm the deputy surveyor. looking at. Yep. Gonna do a little baptism by fire here. Bear with me. Oh, see? Okay, so mission statement. The county surveyor's office our mission statement is to utilize our knowledge and experience to provide the residents of El Dorado County with professional level land surveying support. We strive to create an environment of integrity and accountability. So that guy. There are 14 staff members, including Brian and myself. We do house the county GIS division as well. So between the two groups, we provide surveying support and GIS support for the public and our partner departments within the county. What do? We provide technical support to partnering departments. That can be in the form of creating GIS exhibits, mapping of GIS nature, anything geographic information system supports related. In addition, we, as the surveyor's office, provide surveying support. That ranges from map check, of maps coming in from private sector to ensure technical correctness and compliance with the law, all the way to actually performing land surveying services for departments within the county. The other majority of our work is assisting the public. We have a very, I'll say, strong reputation within the county of, if you need help with something, come to the surveyor's office. I will tell you from firsthand account, there have been many times that the public comes in and it's not even survey or GIS related, but they come to us because they know they're going to get help. And our staff has done a phenomenal job of whatever it is, we figure out. We may not have the answer, but we can figure out where to send them for the answer. So we take a lot of pride in that. In addition, our office is responsible for addressing and road naming within the county. I know I briefly talked on it. We are providing surveying services. That is something new that we took on last year. It's been very successful thus far. We're able to save the county a lot of time and a lot of money by providing the survey work from in-house instead of having to contract out. So that's been successful thus far. Total operating appropriations is a little over 2 million. As you can see from the pie chart, it's kind of a scatter of the different allocations, including addressing, the GIS services, department assistance, map check. But as you can see, the majority of our time is spent. It's shown as admin and operations, but really what that is helping the public. It's a lot of time at the front counter, answering a lot of questions, walking people through their deeds and how their property was created. And as you can imagine, a lot of my neighbors doing this, walk them through that whole minefield. Our net cost to the county is $1,948,062. It's a great slide. We do have revenue that comes into our department. The map check fees is the majority of that. As you can see from there, it's a little under 85,000. 60% of the revenue source is the map check fees. Some of those fees are dictated by state statute. The others are ultimately hourly. It's time and materials. So we are able to recover our costs directly. Addressing fees. So that's another fun one. Any new development or requires addressing. So we are tasked with that and we charge accordingly. And if there's, a parcel that is being developed, needs a permit, doesn't have an address, that comes to us to address. GIS services, again, like I briefly touched on, the support to other departments and creating exhibits and applications and whatnot for other departments to use. We do collect revenue from that. And then we do occasionally create exhibits for the public. I won't say it's an excessive amount, but we do have that opportunity. And we provide that as a service, and we bill it at hourly rate for that. Service and performance indicators, map checking, timely and efficient processing that meets state law and county ordinance. Map review process and project completion meets the required time frame about 98% of the time. State statute dictates that we have to have comments back out within 30 days specifically for records of survey. But because we do it for that, we strive that everything goes out within that time frame, just so it's consistent and we're meeting a goal of fast turnaround. I will tell you just from experience, we are a shining star in that manner. There are other counties within the state that don't come anywhere near that. Addressing. We create and maintain addresses consistent with county standards and public needs. Current address requirements are up to date and accurate. Survey technicians and GIS technicians review daily needs to keep things current and up to date. The parcel base. Parcel based development and improvement to provide the best possible product to the county. The county parcel base is revised daily. 99% of all recorded maps, 97% of all recorded deeds are entered into the system. For those of you that don't know what parcel base is, are we all familiar with .NET? Mm-hmm. All the line work in .NET is parcel base. So that is daily being updated. Every time something comes through our office, we update it. So it's in a constant evolution of being more accurate. GIS services. We develop and maintain data management apps, create exhibits for county staff and the public. And then lastly, public assistance. We assist the residents of the county by listening and providing information to develop problem resolutions. As I had mentioned, there's a constant flow of the public through our office that have, I'll say, challenges with their property and or neighboring properties, and we walk them through, we listen and come up with information and then guide them. There's a statement that we always make. We are not lawyers and we are not providing legal advice. However, this is what the law states as far as our world is concerned, and then we point them in the right direction so that we're not stepping on anybody's toes or stepping out of our bounds. Our role in the strategic plan. The county surveyor's office takes pride in conducting its business in harmony with the County of El Dorado's strategic plan. Accountability, integrity, and good governance are the foundation of our role within the county. The surveyor's office staff play an integral part in economic development by aiding in the processing of subdivision maps, parcel maps, and land development. We also work with other departments on infrastructure projects within the county. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments. No. I just want to say one thing. The fire map that you guys developed for me that goes back from 1917 to current, especially how the fires have grown over the years in El Dorado County. And that map went all the way back to Washington, D.C., to the past president, and now also to the current president. Fantastic. So he can look at it. So anyway, thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
Really appreciate it.
If you all never need anything, you know where we're at. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too. All right. Leanne, I'll call you up and Ag, please.
I'm looking to see. I've been so excited to talk to you guys. I've been here all morning. Good morning, Chair Turnbull and board members. Leanne Mila, your Agricultural Commissioner, and your Sealer of Weights and Measures. And I think, maybe I'll try clicking. maybe. Ooh.
Oop, too far.
So, yeah, you click and you have to pause, to take a breath. It's
Okay.
slow.
Take a breath. Sometimes that's hard for me.
I write.
So we have this wonderful run-on sentence that's part of our mission statement, and I've tried to see how I could craft it better. Maybe I'll put it into AI, but we do a lot for a very small department. We're roughly 13 people, which I'll show you, and we have a lot of work that we do on a pretty tight budget. So this is the only slide I'm going to read to you. The Department of Agriculture Weights and Measures mission is to protect, enhance, and promote the preservation of agriculture and the environment while sustaining the public health, safety, and welfare of all citizens, and to provide consumer and marketplace protections through the fair and equitable enforcement of laws and regs. We do a lot. We enforce a lot of code sections. So here is our organizational chart. I will point out that we have in the last year, we just actually facilitated one of those changes yesterday, but we have changed the structure of the Ag Department a little bit to reflect that we had some positions that were kind of working out of class and weren't really accurately described and or compensated. So we now have an assistant agricultural commissioner, and below that we have a supervising biologist who was actually hired yesterday. And I want to thank you guys for supporting those changes. I think that they are extremely important to the integrity of the Ag Department. We also have, I house the wildlife specialists. We have a county wildlife specialist, and we have a USDA federal specialist that we do a cost share for. We hire in seasonal insect trappers and noxious weed trappers that come on roughly May to October. We are staff to the Ag Commission, and I am staff to the Fish and Game Commission. So ag programs, we have over, I remember when I first started with the county, it was like, we do what? We have over 25 ag programs that are mandated. Some of the biggest ones, pest detection. I'll talk a little bit about the glassy wing sharpshooter in El Dorado Hills as we get further, but pest detection is our first line of defense and a rapid early detection, rapid response for insects coming in towards our agricultural economy. You guys already seen the crop report, but we have an $80 million ag industry that roughly, when you look at the economic impact to El Dorado County, is roughly $800 million. So it's something that it's extremely important that we protect. It also allows our growers to ship things out of the county. I can say with, because we trap, that we do not have these pests, and therefore they can send things to Hawaii and Arizona or some of our bigger ones. We are charging all pesticide use in El Dorado County, whether that be the growers or the pest control businesses that spray for bugs around your houses. We are in charge of all that, and any complaints that we might get, we would be looking at. We do land use issues. We see with the Ag Commission, if someone wants to build a house in their next to ag zone property, they have a 200-foot setback. We go out and do site visits and make sure that that's happening.
Wait, Liam, before you leave this, where do mountain lions fit in here? Because that is like a super duper hot topic right now in parts of the county, and I couldn't figure out where it fits in here.
I think it would be in the agricultural program side, but it really, it's covered in the Food and Ag Code, and we work under the USDA's NEPA and CEQA to be able to do it. And it's under the Ag Code for protection of animals and crops. And so I should have listed it on this one, but that's where it would go.
We've had a couple of biggest since, the last week or so. It's just heightened recently again. It's going like this, and I'm not really sure. I feel like we need to do something again. We had the big presentation, with Chuck Bonham was here and all that. The public came out, huge numbers. I know we're tracking it, but It's on the rise again and everybody's very heightened awareness.
So the optimistic things I will tell you is that previously you've heard me talk about the fact that California Department of Fish and Wildlife was not responsive and was not giving us depredation take permits. And even when they were warranted, and when people were protecting their animals, they would say, no, you need a radio where it was always something. And we were not getting good response. Since we did have Chuck Bonham here, Director Bonham, and I have weekly meetings with CDFW, with California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff. We are going straight to lethal permits when people are taking care of their animals and are doing their due diligence to make sure everything's okay. We had an issue in Garden Valley within the last week.
Right.
It was problematic because it's harder to, and this can be another conversation I can bring to the board where we get another mountain lion update, but it's problematic to chase mountain lions in areas that are more tightly developed. Even 5-acre parcels are problematic. But we were able to get the mountain lion, and we did get a depredation permit on the first ask from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So I think they're being responsive and we're getting good work from them.
Well, that's good to hear. And maybe an update would be good, or I can talk to you offline about.
Sure.
I feel like I need some messaging in my newsletter.
Okay.
Just because Garden Valley's getting hit hard.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was an issue on Latrobe Road by the schools down there too. So it just was.
So we followed up with that one with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We reached out. That one, there was a sighting, more so.
Okay.
Yours was quite a bit of livestock loss.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for that.
Sure. Weights and measures. So when we start thinking about these programs, we are in charge of anything that conducts a weight or measure. It sells something through weighing or measuring. And I think about that at your gas pumps. You'll see a seal with the Ag Commissioner on there. We have checked those gas pumps at a fast and slow draw for every gas pump every year. We also are your grocery store scales and all of those type things. We do the cattle scales. We do farmers grape scales. We have a giant weight truck that we share with Placer County that we go around and utilize. It has a big old crane on it. The variety of what the Ag Department and the Weights and Measures Department does is huge. And all of my staff work in every single one of the programs because we are so small. We do all the propane delivery trucks. So you know that you're getting the propane that you're getting charged for. If it's sub-metered out, so those meters that are up there, we have water, we have propane, and we have electric. If it's, think mobile home park, if they sub-meter out electricity, water, or propane, we test those and make sure that they're accurate. We also deal with quality control for gasoline. If there's a problem, my department is the one that we would be dealing with. One of the big things that we've been doing is we've been checking accuracy of pricing at grocery stores, actually anything that conducts a transaction through a scanner. We've been checking all of those to make sure that they're accurate, and it's something I will give you a little bit of an update on at the end. So for the Ag Department, total appropriations is about $2.3 million. And of that, we bring in about $1.2 million in revenue. And so general fund cost, we are about $1,056,000. Some of our biggest, as you can see over there, we have unclaimed gas tax. We bring in $587,000, almost $588,000, and state contracts, roughly 200. We get something called the pesticide mill, which I'll talk about. And then we also have device registration to pay for the cost of checking all those devices to make sure that they're weighing and measuring correctly and charging you correctly. So the pesticide mill, that is a assessment on every pesticide that is sold in California. They call it 24.5 mils. It's always hard to figure out, but it's 0.0245 cents on every dollar that is sold. And then for the work that we do in El Dorado County, we get a portion of the mill. A lot of it is based on restricted materials in California, which are higher level pesticides that require you let my office know 24 hours in advance. So one of the things that's hurt us is we worked really, really hard to get our growers to use lower toxicity chemicals. And so we don't have that many restricted materials. You'll see some of my metrics out of like the 350 pesticide permits that we give out. We have roughly, 28 of them are restricted materials. So, and our growers have worked really hard with us too, to come to that lower level. So that does affect our mill. So we get about $150,000 that way. The other one that we get is unclaimed gas tax fund. And that one it's a formula that was developed by Caltrans and the Air Resources Board. Every grower and landscaper can get back their taxes that they paid on their gasoline. The large majority of them don't do that. And there's a formula for how it gets dispersed out to ag programs. That goes to Department of Transportation, but for the ag portion of it, it comes back to the ag communities. We can only use those funds on agricultural programs, so I can't fund any of our weights and measures programs with that. Device registration fees, that is covered in statute, and we are allowed to a certain level, take our fees so that we can recoup what it costs to do the weighing, the testing for the weights and measures programs. So some of our service performance indicators, last year we put out 1,641 insect traps, and we serviced them over 11,000 times. We have treated over 500 noxious weed sites. We inspect and certify every farmer's market in the county. Last year we had 13. Certified producers, those are people who come in and they get a certificate from us that says that they grow what they sell. We do inspections on them, and then you'll see them at the farmers markets. It also allows them the ability to sell to restaurants directly to the consumer. We inspected 415 weighing devices and 1,680 measuring devices. 332 pesticide permits were issued. That notice of intent right there is what I was talking about, restricted materials. We only did 7 because we are so low on all of that. We did 54 inspections we actively go out and survey and look to see when people are applying pesticides, when pest control businesses are working. We had 30 organic registrations that we checked. We have done small farm inspections in coordination with EID so that people can get a lower water rate. And we've investigated roughly 39 complaints for pesticides, weights and measures, apiary issues. We're in charge of bees too, and farmers markets. So when we look at our role in the strategic plan, we certainly are part of a thriving economy. Those farmers markets cannot happen without getting a certification from us, and we are also ensuring that they are following the laws at, these people grow what they sell. So you can be sure that you're getting it. Somebody's not reselling a product they bought from Costco. We do pest control business registrations. We do the pest detection, which helps our ag community. And we do the weights and measures, which allows all of our entities that weigh or measure to conduct commercial transactions. New one is ranch marketing and winery ordinance that we have, the older board is very familiar with coming, but it allows our growers to, their normal zoning doesn't allow them to do marketing events, room rental events, or special events, and the ranch marketing and winery ordinance are what is conducive to that. Strategic innovation, we have worked extremely hard to collaborate with environmental management and the planning and building department, surveyor's office, to make sure that we are facilitating data sharing and helping to serve our constituents. We are always looking for other funding sources. And I think right now we have a lot of meetings with the other departments, and we're working really efficiently together to help solve any of our customer issues. Safety and healthy communities, we've got wildlife services. We have the agricultural disaster access pass program. We work with the emergency incident and response, and we also work with law enforcement. to facilitate all those. So I just wanted to give a little bit of a glassy wing sharpshooter update. We put out traps every year from May to October. I've been at the county for 24 years. We have never found a glassy wing sharpshooter infestation, and we found it in the very beginning of October, which is at the very end of our season. It is an insect that vectors a bacterium that causes our grapevines to decline. I don't know if you all know, but our wine industry is hurting right now. And so it's extremely important that we make sure that we can eradicate this pest before it moves up the hill. We originally thought that it probably wouldn't live up in the higher elevations. California Department of Food and Ag has gotten us research that says that is not the case. It can live up there. So on October 3rd, we had our detection. On October 4th, we started putting traps out. We released biocontrol agents already. It's a parasitic wasp that will lay its eggs in the glassy wing sharpshooter. But that no county has been successful in utilizing that as their only method of eradication. On November 15th, a proclamation of emergency program was signed by the Secretary of Agriculture, and that included $500,000 in emergency funds for survey, trapping, and eradication efforts. We notified 17,000 parcels, and we also got our information out on Supervisor Ferraro's Nextdoor account. We had a public meeting on the 23rd via Zoom. California Department of Food and Agriculture did not record the Zoom meeting, nor were they willing to do that based on their ability. If anybody has any questions about this, my door is always open. I will say that we will not, and I reiterated this over and over again at the Zoom meeting, we will not be treating any properties nor accessing any properties without a signed permission to treat form and the true knowledge of the property owner. We will never in any way, shape, or form be mandating a treatment without the consent of that property owner, nor will I be doing surveys on anybody's properties. This started in Serrano, and in Serrano, they already treat because glassy wing sharpshooter loves crepe myrtle. If you've ever walked underneath crepe myrtle, there's a glossy stuff all over the ground. It happens to be glassy, well, not in this case. Usually it's aphids and ants, but it happens to be excrement from them. When the glassy wing sharpshooter gets in there, it gets even worse. And so Serrano already treats, so I'm hopeful that it will stay in the area where Serrano is treating and we won't. But CDFA protocols made us go out so far, and that's how we ended up with 17,000 notifications. Some people that spoke at the meeting were in Cameron Park, and I'm extremely optimistic that we will not be treating up into Cameron Park. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to reach out or discuss it with you. So upcoming policy and programmatic changes. When we did the last ranch marketing and winery ordinance update, I was tasked by the board with the planning department to work on an agricultural, and I would say probably rural lands lodging ordinance development. There is a lot of ag lodging, and I want to say ag lodging, let's say tourist lodging out on the rural lands and agriculturally zoned lands that the property owners don't have a way to come into compliance. I had one winery owner call me, they pay their TOT, but they can't get a vacation home rental permit because you can't get a vacation, I'm learning so much. You can't get it by state law. You can't get a vacation home rental permit if it's your secondary dwelling. So, how do we deal with this? There's other ones that have tiny homes. There's shipping containers, I'm told, but there is no pathway for them to become legal. And the majority of them don't pay TOT tax. So there is, a lot of work to be done. And Karen Garner and I have started the process to get meetings, and we will be reaching out to the ag community, to anybody who would like to come to the meetings. I mean, they need to drive it so that we can make sure we get what the community needs. So scanners, right now, there is no state funding that comes in to go into a grocery store, a Walmart, whatever it may be, and do price verification, meaning that we're going to go in and do a random check of items, scan them, and make sure the consumer is getting charged correctly. So we have done, I think we are pretty much through everybody, but we've just started in Tahoe. It's a weather dependent issue. But we have started going through every store that has a scanner that scans something to see if, I had been told by the commissioners that we have roughly a 20% overcharge in the state routinely. And I thought, well, that's really not acceptable. So let's look and see what we have. So we have run somewhere between 10 and 30%, depending upon the business. And so you will have me, unless you guys tell me don't come, but you'll have me coming to you to ask for conceptual approval to look at a scanner ordinance, meaning that we would charge everyone who has a scanner per scanner to pay for staff to go and be able to do this on a yearly basis. In the 24 years that I've been in the county, we have routinely only done it through complaint. So I think it's important that we be proactive, especially with some of the stuff that we've seen out there. So I will be bringing forward to you the data and looking for hopefully conceptual approval to come back to you with a scanner ordinance. We are looking at our fee study update. Our fees have not been, some of them have not been updated in quite a while. And so we're going to look at what can we do and how can we get some of that rectified. And then I will also be coming with a ranch marketing and winery ordinance review. And I'm super hopeful that I can tell you that everything's working wonderful in that. Are there any questions?
All right, thank you. And I appreciate it. So I'll open up the board. Any questions?
Just want to make sure Greg got his.
Yeah.
sharp
Yeah.
shooter
You want
stuff.
to talk about that, Greg?
No, I think, I was in on the call. I saw the flyers you sent out, and I think it's very good that you're, proactive. The biggest complaint on the call was people concerned that we were going to go on their property without their permission. And you made that very clear. And I followed up with you afterwards and make sure that was not the case, that if the county's going to go on your property to spray, you will have written consent from every property owner. And that's going to be labor intensive, and
Absolutely.
you're willing to do that. So appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
We will have a pest control business that will be doing the work, and they will be we have the oversight of them, and we'll be making sure that everything is done correctly. I will tell you, just for reference, that you don't get an insect trap. I mean, I told you how many insect traps we deploy, and you don't get an insect trap on your property unless you approve it. We don't do anything without approval.
Yeah, one of the things, the questions I want to ask you, what are we doing about these illegal fruit stands? Because that's very critical, especially in our county. What you're talking about pests and everything else that could be transported from somewhere else to our county, which could infest our county. So
I've been pushing.
what are we doing with that?
I've been pushing really hard to try and get the Commissioners Association to take it up in the Department of Agriculture, because this is a bigger issue than us. We've been told, and it's been confirmed by the people who are selling, that it's a human trafficking issue. In a lot of cases, they've been coyoted over and they're paying their fees. It has turned into a safety issue. And so last year we worked with Sheriff Lykoff was phenomenal in giving us resources to have a deputy go out and go with one of our biologists and do what we call the fruit loop. It's heartbreaking to see some of the stuff that's happening where, you have a young woman with a baby sitting out in the sun. They have no place to wash their hands. They have no place to go to the bathroom. It's just horrific. I think roughly my estimates, we have probably 40 of them when they're at their peak in the county working a day. And if you think about each one of them having $1,000 of income, let's just say, that's a lot of money coming in per day. But we are committed. I've talked to the sheriff again. We want them out of the county. We have an ordinance that, they're not allowed. I think Supervisor Parlin just sent something about Sacramento County where they're making people get like a sidewalk permit. I don't know, down in Sacramento County, it's even worse. The strawberries will be out there next to the strawberry farmer, but we're going to be committed, and we'll get back out there and hit it again this year. It's logistically a problem. As we bring in all that fruit, we tried to pair with the garbage company. They have a composting program. And so we try to get it in there because our garbage, we've got a dumpster. I don't have the ability to just take in all of it. So a lot of moving parts to it, but we are committed and we will be out again. And like I said, Sheriff Lykoff has committed resources to us to help us keep staff safe.
Okay, thank you very much.
So
Leanne.
Chairman, we had a task force when I was previously here, and Jeff and I talked about it the other day. So my opinion, we'll be bringing that task force back together, and it's constant, and it's a loss to our revenue of the ones that do it right.
Right.
Non-permitted, non-this, non-that.
Yeah.
So
No business license, no nothing.
But
I
it
think
is
we'll.
a statewide issue is the bigger
Oh, it's
problem.
an
that-
absolute, I mean, you know that, you go into another
It's like
county and.
whack-a-mole. It's the whack-a-mole, like you
we're gonna whack
said.
them out of El Dorado County. Sorry.
Yeah.
And next week's Valentine's Day, so they'll be out selling the roses
Right,
on
they
the
will,
cross.
yeah,
Flowers, yeah.
So.
And I mean, there are some things
Uninspected,
that are
who
done
knows?
legally with the Christmas trees down there on Bass Lake. They get, they do their permit, they have a business license. I mean, these guys bring nothing into the county.
Yeah, totally understand.
And just really quick, I did want to point out, how long have you been the ag commissioner now?
I'm going on 2 years.
You are going on 2 years. And so I just want to really point out how well you've taken the leadership at the ag department and your collaboration with the other departments, I think really is benefiting all of us. I see it in the programs and talking to the other departments. And I mean, you just mentioned, the sheriff and planning and environment, everyone. So that's been huge and really appreciate that. And in your report, you could tell you're really trying to watch out for our consumers and our ag venues. And so thank you.
Thank you.
for all
I'm
that.
very, very blessed to work with amazing people in the other departments. So they make it really easy.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, thank you, Leanne.
Thank you.
Anybody, any more questions or? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so environmental manage, Jeff Warren, will you come on down?
It's still morning. Good morning. Well, that's a nice segue to go in from Department of Agriculture to Environmental Management. A lot of crossover there, so I'm sure we'll get some more questions towards the end. Go back on that. Again, I'm Jeff Warren, I'm Director for Environmental Management Department. So our mission statement of Environmental Management Department is to protect, preserve, and enhance the public's health and safety of the environment through a balanced program of environmental monitoring, enforcement, innovative leadership, community education, customer service, and emergency response for all the citizens and visitors for El Dorado County. Of our programs, we're split in two. We have a general fund program, which is our administration, environmental health, which is our consumer protection program for food and pool. We have our land use for septic and wells, West Slope vector control, and recently added is our tobacco retail licensing program. We have our hazardous materials section, which is our certified unified protection agency, or CUPA, emergency response. Our non-general fund sections are solid waste, recycling, mine, landfill, wastewater treatment plant, household hazardous waste, and our East Slope vector control program. We have 34 FTEs that are broken down into our two acumens of the environmental health side and solid waste hazardous materials side. And we do have, I have updated it, we do have a couple vacancies on our hazardous materials section, which we're actively recruiting for. So we are down to hazardous materials staff members. Our environmental health program, our duties here are food safety, recreational water safety. We inspect the private water wells, private small water systems, which is our LPA program, septic systems, body art, medical waste, and epidemiology. The activities in this program that we do, where we conduct inspections, complaint investigations, we conduct plan checks, food safety training, SB 1383 education, and starting April 1st, we'll be taking on the tobacco retail licensing program. Our hazardous materials section, the responsibilities for the CUPA program, underground storage tanks, above ground storage tanks, hazardous materials, hazardous waste permits, and business plans. our household hazardous waste program and grant programs. And of the activities, we do conduct inspections, complaint investigations, plan checks, do 24/7 emergency response, which is one of the important things that we conduct for the county. And our other one is our household hazardous waste collection events that we hold monthly for the residents to dispose of their hazardous materials properly. Our solid waste responsibilities for solid waste program is the solid waste management plan, construction and demolition permits, recycling or ordinance enforcement, grant programs we administer, state mandated diversion programs and reporting such as AB 939, 341, 1826, and our beloved 1383. We also take part of the committees of the El Dorado Solid Waste Advisory Council, South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, and the Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority. Sorry, I didn't spell those out, but it would be another slide to get those all in there. Our solid waste staff do conduct inspections. We do complaint investigations. We have 2 crew out there doing roadside litter abatement, illegal dumping, temporary sign abatement, and we have the oversight of the 3 franchise hauler agreements in the county. Our Union Mine disposal facility is our wastewater treatment plant and the landfill. The landfill is closed to the public. At the plant, we process the leachate and septic waste, process and barrel that comes in from all our septic haulers in the county. Staff monitor the surface and groundwater, landfill gas monitoring, the ongoing operations and maintenance, and the extensive mandated reporting requirements by the state. Our vector control is broken into 2 different sections. On the east slope, it is a CSA 3, which is a zone of benefit, which is funded by the parcels, which provides services for mosquitoes, yellow jackets, and plague surveillance, source treatments, complaint response, and service request, investigation, surveillance, public outreach, and we follow the best management practices for pesticide use and reporting. West slope is more of a complaint and response driven general fund portion of our environmental health side. So we respond to mosquitoes and complaints through public education, and this is not a CSA funded. Of the budget, glasses on so I can read this one. Our overall operating budget is about $14.5 million. And of this, 25% is allocated to our general fund programs, which is then offset by our permit fees. And the rest is funded through 75% is through our CSAs and solid waste and grants and that portion of it. The best part is the very bottom here is that because of this split in the income coming in is that the environmental management continues to operate at a 0 net county cost. Some of our service and performance indicators for 2024. On the left-hand side, I've listed out our inventory of all the facilities that we do inspect and are responsible for. In a nutshell, in 2024, we conducted over 2,000 inspections of these facilities combined with over 200 follow-ups. Hazmat responded to 19 incidences with 13 CUPA enforcement actions. And on the environmental health side, we did suspend 30 health permits for imminent health risk, and we investigated over 275 complaints for food, pool, and trash. Our role in the strategic plan of a thriving economy with waste to energy, we assist the CAO and stakeholders and franchisees in exploring the options and best practices for cogeneration and biomass. And this is important for our 1383 procurement. So if we were able to get a biomass facility within the county using biochar mixing with compost, that would give us the credits needed, and therefore we wouldn't have to be paying for compost we bought back into the county. So that's something that we're actively looking into with our stakeholders. And our safe and healthy communities, we improve communication and coordination between public safety and other agencies during public emergencies, and this was evident during our 2 wildfires, with Caldor and Mosquito, and any type of flooding events that we're having, anything that we're involved in, we communicate with OES and other departments. Some more challenges, initiatives, ongoing is 1383 with the organic waste program with our waivers, procurement policy, and enforcement. Enforcement is starting this year, so we're taking the education approach first, as always, as our tools go. And the state mandated inspection frequencies and funding for general fund programs is ongoing, which is our LPA program. State may be mandating in the future certain inspection frequencies on our food programs, which then that would mean extra staffing and possibly doing a fee study, to see if we need to increase fees, but that might be something bringing into 2026. Our staffing levels versus growing inventory. Inventory continues to grow, but our staff continue to take on more and more as facilities keep growing. So we're continuing looking at that. Union Mine compliance with our Regional Water Quality Control Board with the directives of maintenance is ongoing. Litter and illegal dumping is one of the sort of things that we see in the county, that our staff continually go out and we respond to your constituents with complaints of going out to different areas to try to clean up the county right away. And we'll be enforcing a new program for tobacco retail licensing. That starts April 1st. Right now, Public Health is doing the education outreach, going to all the facilities that are been identified with a license to see who qualifies, providing education, how to get a permit. Then April 1st, we'll start our enforcement and inspections. Some of our initiatives, we're doing the continued implementation with reporting and tracking for SB 1383. Proud to report that our corrective action plan that we were in a few years ago, we're getting off of that right now. So we are in good graces with Cal Recycle. Union Mine, we are looking at increasing our influent limit increase so we can take in a little bit more. And the ARPA project is ongoing with the $2.9 million. We've broken ground and the contract's been out there working on the project. We have supplemental budget requests for repairs and maintenance, which was mean a lot of them being carried over from last year, just ongoing with the panels. It's equipment's aging out there, so we're looking at getting parts back in to keep it operational. Our household hazardous waste events, we're currently working with El Dorado Transportation on a new home for HHW events, and we're looking at the park and ride off Bass Lake Road. We've got something in the works with an agreement right now to make that a temporary home while we look at plans of building a structure there to have something more permanent. Staffing and recruitment, we have incentive offers out for hazard material specialists, which is ongoing. And again, like I said, we're going to be looking at expanding our staff roster to take on more work that we're doing. Something of excitement is our new inspection program, our software we've been using for probably over 20 years. That's got the end of life. We partnered with a new software partner, and we are hoping to go live this spring with Hedgerow software, which will be how we conduct our inspections. But the best part is we'll be able to take credit cards, have an online portal. The public will be able to see our inspections with the PDFs, the inspection results, and see the history of it and be more informed. But also the operators that have permits with us will be able to log in and pay their invoices, see all their inspections, and be able to communicate with their inspector. So if there's something needed, they can go into the portal and upload it, and we'll get it instantly. And lastly, the roadside litter abatement program. Staff are going to be looking at the current solid waste ordinances to include enforcement mechanisms to address illegal dumping and those solid waste issues. As mentioned with Supervisor Lane, that we're also looking at mirroring with the VHR ordinance and the bear box ordinances to kind of bring those three together to bring some clarity and eliminate the confusion of all the new ordinances coming out. Of that, that's the end of my presentation.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Jeff. So I'm going to bring it back to the board. Any comment?
Yeah, hey, Jeff, is the El Dorado Hills Fire Department not wanting to collaborate anymore on the site at Station 86?
We are still in talks with them. The current contract did lapse, but we're doing temporary HHW events right now, but we are in talks with them to continue on and get through some of the issues that they have going on at their location.
Okay.
But there's been some positive movement on that.
Maybe with the new chief that'll help, but we found it in my past as a no-brainer because it removes hazards from residences and so forth. So again, my opinion, it was a great program in collaboration with the county.
And then I haven't asked you about this before, but on one of the items listed was temporary sign abatement, which is that much of a problem, or is it, 'cause we get occasional complaints, it's garbage, blight, whatever, and unlike illegal dumping, where sometimes you can't tell who did it on these signs that are everywhere, you know who's doing them because they're advertising. And so kind of want to know, is there a fine or and we've never gone there, but it just seems without any, what's the right word? Consequence or anything, they just keep happening, and it's a waste of your time to have a crew go out and do that. So where is that really a problem, or is it just bug me?
It's generally a problem during election season.
Yeah.
Where we get the campaign signs of people trying to outdo one another, of putting theirs on top higher and higher and higher is usually where we see it. Then there's the cool down period. I believe it's 90 days after the election. Around that time is when the signs have to come down. So whatever's left over, staff will go down and take down. But it's just not all environmental management. It also bleeds over into code enforcement depending on the location of the sign. So what my staff would be doing is we'd be looking at signs that are in the county right away. And if it gets into private property, then it opens up another situation where did they have permission from the property owner to go put it on there? Is it impeding a visual sign, which then could, lead over to Raphael's Department of DOT if it's blocking, a sign goes up and it's blocking a stop sign or blocking something like that. It's like a three-headed
right
prong of who
is.
handles the signs.
Yeah. Okay, I forgot, it does depend on where it is more than anything.
It is, and it also goes into how it's mounted.
Right.
It's not as easy if it's down low where staff can go in there, just take it down and throw it down or bring it back for disposal, but they're getting creative and they're using like roofing nails and going higher up on the poles where my staff don't have the ability to do that. It becomes an
Well, that's
issue.
why I was wondering, like, phone call, get him down, or we're gonna start finding you because we're gonna have to go get a ladder to get him or whatever. It's, something to kind of get the word out that we're done.
And we've had it with a couple of the projects that have come through over the past couple of years of people protesting, development going in, and so they're putting signs out, and we get the call. But we have to treat everything as equal.
Right.
A sign is a sign, doesn't matter if it's political or if it's something advertisement, we treat it the same. We do outreach and let them know this is what the sign ordinance says and give them an opportunity to go out there and correct it and remove the signs themselves before we have to go out. So
Okay.
it just depends on how rampant the campaign is. If it's something that was in El Dorado Hills a couple of years ago and it spread all over the place and it was one person doing it, we get a hold of that person and tell them that they need to remove the signs, or we would have to go and take them down.
Okay.
And it worked.
I think on the political signs, we could work with elections, and I think you have to post a fee, post a bond, and if any violations comes out of that for county's time, because it does get ridiculous. And I think it would maybe keep people from going overboard on what they do and not getting things done legally. So, but we can talk to elections about that.
Well,
It's something that I think needs to occur.
And then we have to be careful because you can't regulate the messaging. It's the sign and location and
Right.
placement and size. We had that conversation with the sign ordinance stuff. So, because that way it's consistent. It's not the message, it's location and all that stuff. So, but it is a problem, I think. And I don't want to pick on an industry, but I'm just off the top of my head, a lot of times you'll see landscapers, for example, you can tell they just drove by and went plunk, 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 plunk everywhere. And then we get the phone calls,
Utility
and
poles and all
that
over the
stuff.
place,
So
yeah.
it's just, in my mind, another form of litter, to be honest. So something to think about, and how we can get revenue to cover the cost of it is all I'm thinking of. So, but on a good note, much like I said with Leanne, I know that your department also does a lot of collaboration with others to make sure that our ordinance, because we have so many ordinances that cross over each other. So I appreciate that you're good about that. And it does seem like everybody's working together on these issues to make sure that we're doing them thoughtfully and consistency between all these programs. So thank you for that.
Right. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
I just want to reach out to the board right now. I mean, it's noon right now, 12 o'clock. Do you want to hear a building and planner, or you don't wait until this afternoon after open forum? What's the will of the board?
Is that the only one we have
We
left?
have two more
We have
left.
two.
Yeah,
They're both 30 minutes each.
both 30
so-
minutes, yes.
Lunch.
All right. Okay. All right.
We have to come back
Sorry,
anyway.
okay. Sorry, you guys. All right. All right. So anyway, at this time, we'll recess for lunch.
Perfect.
All right. All right, greetings, El Dorado County. We're back from lunch. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is the time public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. But I just want to say one thing before we open it up to the public. Please be respectful to the board members, but also respectful for the public for their time too. So, Kim?
Not taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody want to speak? Come on down.
Linda Colombo, Nashville, down 8 miles south of El Dorado. And I'm still reading from the book. And I have a 20% purchase going from the board. So thank you for that 20%er. It makes me feel like I'm making progress. I left off a little earlier, so I want to pick up with, imagine if there were a fire, the traffic coming down the Skyway. If the council is searching for a way to diminish the population of Paradise, this would be the way to do it. The proposal passed unanimously. In late 2014, road crews slashed the Skyway from 4 lanes to 2. Bike lanes were added, travel lanes became turn lanes, where 6 concrete curbs called bulb outs jutted into traffic on the Skyway, similar to what's in El Dorado right now. Volunteers took a simple beautification approach. Instead of raised medians, they planted flowers and firmly bolted donated benches into the concrete. Reinbold, who was one of the members of the community, hadn't been monitoring CAL FIRE's radio traffic. Firefighting and law enforcement communicated over separate frequencies, something we just heard about recently. Hey, CAL FIRE just told me we would need to issue a town-wide evacuation. No, we weren't going to do that, the county town manager replied. We're just evacuating the eastern side of town. And we need to evacuate the entire town, the county manager said. Gil blinked at him, she's the county manager. Pushing thousands more residents out into the streets in their vehicles could mean sending them to their deaths. She had seen this happen in 2008 when half of the town had gotten jammed on narrow corridors as the humble fire inched closer. Outside town hall on the Skyway, cars were beginning to back up. As residents drove downhill, they were trying to make the first exit into Chico, clogging traffic for more than 12 miles. Meanwhile, the 4-lane contraflow hadn't yet been implemented, and vehicles were arriving in Paradise on the 2 uphill lanes. A year before, the state had confronted with the grave consequences of not alerting residents in a timely manner. When the wine country fires blazed through Sonoma County in 2017, only 2% of the residents have been signed up for primary warning system. The state criticized Sonoma County's decision in a scathing 34-page review, calling out emergency managers for a procedure that was uncoordinated, included gaps, overlaps, and redundancies. They wanted to pass a uniform protocol for how all 58 counties in California issued emergency notifications. At that time, there is an immediate evacuation order for zones 2, 3, 7, 8, 13, 14. Thanks a whole bunch. Okay. Man, we're gonna be here until June. Thanks a lot. Take care. And I'm only picking the good parts. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak in the board chambers?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Hi, welcome back. Last week I was going to bring this up, but in consideration for the really, I could tell, desperate attempt of the employees to address you one after another last week, I thought it would be kind of a strange little interjection and let them have their time. So I hope something resolves for them. I'm calling, and again, I mentioned last week, thank you, my supervisor, District 1 Supervisor Ferrara, for listening to me and really I think understanding what is saying, we have all this development on the schedule. It's just still mind blowing that we are considering even some of the thousands and thousands and thousands of units to bring into our county. And we talk about impact, and we talk about fire, and we talk about police, and we talk about school, space, and all those things that impact each individual's footprint. Well, I wanted to share what happened to us. And that is that my daughter was sent home in labor because there was no space for her at Mercy Folsom. And she wasn't considered quite at that critical, point, but she's also a young lady, it's her third baby, who tends to go very quickly from one extreme to the other. And you can imagine, anybody who knows me, I wasn't a happy camper. And talked to the charge nurse, and she was saying this is just becoming such a stressful problem that with the growth between Folsom, especially, of course, and we contribute to that they were never equipped to be a hospital to manage really what's becoming a metropolitan city. And I want to really think about what is our responsibility. We have Marshall Hospital, which, I'm sorry, if I'm dying and critically ill, I hope to God that's not where I'm taken. I hope they'll life flight me somewhere. I know they're trying to do better and bring in top-notch doctors. My daughter's a nurse. She says they're the lowest paying for nurses, so she doesn't want to work there. Anyway, I really think that it is irresponsible of us to not put a halt on some of this until we address, what happens with a catastrophic emergency? What happens is more and more families are coming in, more girls in labor are told, I'm sorry, we don't have space for you. What happens to the people in the emergency rooms that are overloaded if we were to have some kind of fire or another pandemic, or whatever you want to call it, in our community? And I really think that our neighbors in Folsom need to bear some of this responsibility. Kaiser was supposed to build in Folsom. That's been a empty lot forever now. So I just thought that should be added to our impact conversations as we're deciding whether or not we really should be adding, these thousands and thousands of units. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh boy, take me. Yeah, Stan Greenwood here from District 5 on the border of 3 and 2. Hence the triple junction, if you will. Nice light agenda today. Didn't feel a great need to get involved until, of course, open forum. Public participation in the planning process is vital to a good planning process. Back in the day, we went 500 to 1,000 feet out, and they're still pretty much doing that. But a lot of the notice and the way that they are presented in the planning items with the notice map are pretty incomplete and really provide less information than they possibly could. I really think that and your notice in the items before the Planning Commission and also here before the board in general on the agenda could use a little more explanation up front rather than forcing the public to dig deep through countless Legistar screens, et cetera, perhaps a way to explain better whatever the agenda item is up front would help people understand the process and participate in a more meaningful way. Anyway, so 500 to 1,000 feet really isn't really that good, except in really dense areas. But back to my favorite wireless telecommunication facilities, balloons would be really good for this. That was turned down before, but I think when you look at noticing again, that should be brought up. And also 1 mile radius, is those are the people that are supposed to benefit from this, according to our friends in the wireless industry. Legislar agenda items should be marked on the item themselves. when you go from the agenda to the item, yes, you got all this information that's just a click away, if you will, but the item is not included in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm representing El Dorado Western Railway Foundation and the Railroad Volunteers. Supervisor Turnbull, most likely to and from, will talk about the fact that there was this Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor Joint Powers Authority meeting yesterday, and a really good attendance. There's a mix of trail advocates as well as railroad advocates in the room. As I told George, he did a great job in representing El Dorado County, him sitting as the first time as the board member of the JPA. Supervisor Parlin, if you can in the future, hopefully you'd be able to attend as the alternate. There's a lot of business going on, and just a little bit of what happened yesterday is now City of Rancho Cordova is now a member of the Joint Powers Authority. They were, it was a vote taken and they were elected to become members. So with that in mind, the future of the transportation corridor is definitely now, especially with the development in the city of Folsom and also in the city of Rancho Cordova. As you know, we got dual tracks now to the city of Folsom. They talked about the fact that you can ride now to Sacramento in 15 minutes if you take the express train because of the double tracking. But also, I wanted to say afterwards, you get a lot of business done, even with the meeting going on at the conclusion. We were talking about a high railer to be a grant application to CAL FIRE, a high railer with a tank car, and then also the ability to draw water out of the tank car to spray on wildfires, anything along the corridor. As we know, Brian, this is something that we've talked about even when you were in your last term as a supervisor. But supposedly we did have that. The corridor becomes a great buffer for wildfire and the movement of wildfire. So thank you, George, for doing such a good job yesterday. And thanks for the time this morning or afternoon.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. Compass to Truth was founded in 2009 with the assistance of consultants from Californians Aware, whose legal expertise is the Brown Act, and the preamble of which states, the people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people do not yield their The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created. During the last two BOS meetings, I addressed the government deception and Brown Act violations pertaining to the January 14th agendized item regarding the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee and DOT's update on the Mount Murphy Bridge. Those of us waiting on Zoom were denied our right to address this agendized item because staff had requested that it be continued off calendar. Despite my Public Record Act request for specific staff correspondence pertaining to this agendized item, particularly from DOT and Parks and Recreation, the only emails I received from Kim Dawson were from Nate Rangel. Mr. Rangel is not staff, and it is a matter of public record that he has deceptively violated the Brown Act on multiple occasions with the full knowledge and cooperation of county staff. Lori Parlin and Rafael Martinez still have not responded to my PRA request for related information as required by law. I want to reiterate that CLAC, formerly RMAC, does not and never has represented the Greater Coloma Lotus region. It is a special interest group. Years ago, Larry Weitzman accompanied me to an RMAC meeting held in the Marshall Gold Discovery Park Museum. He subsequently wrote a Mountain Democrat article how RMAC brazenly operated ultra vires or outside of the law. Lori Parlin has been aiding and abetting CLAC's unlawful actions. For example, in 2019, she announced at Coloma Grange Hall not enough RMAC members showed up for a quorum to have a Brown Act meeting. She then asked, does everybody know what a quorum is? No, quorum means everybody can speak freely since it is now a community meeting. Her bait and switch was deliberately set up so the River Mafia mob could conduct themselves outside the restrictions of the Brown Act without any transparency or accountability. During another serial RMAC meeting, Lori publicly announced that she wants to empower the mob. I will support you with the help of county council. You can do anything, anything. The public is entitled to honest services. Anything other than that is unacceptable and is considered fraud. That means Thursday's CLAC meeting is another deceptive organized meeting arranged by Lori Parlin and DOT to control what is good for the public to know and what is not good for them to know.
Melanie.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Tara McCann, El Dorado County resident, 35 years. Couple things. Number one, Linda, thank you for reading that book. Can you state the book before you read it so we can all hear it? I'd like to get that. That's one of my topics is in this county, we tend to put, there's a lot of plan projects coming forward before the board and before the planning commission. We tend to put the approvals before conditioning the projects. That has happened in the past. It was rectified a couple boards ago where they went back to conditioning the project. Conditioning the projects mean identifying what infrastructure needs to happen and putting that necessary infrastructure in place, not passing on the costs to the residents. Hence why Measure E were so strongly backed. In the last 2 decades, we've seen the zone of benefits come forward with very little information on the zone of benefits. I know because for 2 decades, I've been requesting information. I now recently got back that the website, the county website on zone of benefits does not have all of the 103 El Dorado County zone of benefits identified, even though they have a whole zone of benefit website called zone of benefits. They don't identify the zone of benefits. They don't say, it is required by law to have them. If you read your own documents, it is required by law to identify them geographically, identify them in surveyor language-wise, to identify what the costs go to and what it can be spent on. I can go on and on. There is a real problem with not getting this information out to the public. Now, I'm not pointing blame. Board of Supervisors, you are a new board. I am calling on you to help us with information because just this last 6 months, county has changed the websites, changed where we can find information. And it's kind of, a lot of people feel like, wow, now we got to scurry around and find out where they hit it this time. So this is not good for the public to have to dig. I'm coming up there. You guys have invited me up there to go through and how to find zone of benefits. And I've been told, guess what? It's not going to be easy and we got to go a lot of different places. Is that really what we want to tell the public? Thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue, can you hear me?
Yes, Sue, we can.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Sue, we can hear you.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. Okay. Um, so I've been diving, I probably know more about planning, the general plan, the plans that have been in the works forever and have worked with most of you in some capacity, except the couple new people. And, my whole thing is to follow the general plan, keep our county rural. That's what most people run on. And when I'm finding we have all these high density projects that I've followed for years, and it's like when the public, when they're not fitting the requirements for general plan and zoning, they go underground. And we've got all these SB 35 projects that don't qualify for SB 35. I've been told I can't appeal even when they violate SB 35, but I've sent all of you the request to let me appeal this. I've heard I've got a certified letter at home, but I'm out of state, so I don't know what that says at this time. But I have serious concerns. We had a project, I think it was the one in Bass Lake, where it came through and you found out that the developer said, planning staff made me do this so that we could get it through. That your planning staff is directing people how to sidestep our general plan, our zoning codes, and to slide into the SB 35 ordinance. And they've actually had you pass 2 resolutions that take everybody out of the picture. The projects now can be, as they say, can be heard only in-house. They're not coming, these massive projects that don't have the right infrastructure, they don't qualify for SB 35, but just because the planning department says they do, they're saying now you can't do or say anything about them. I don't know what you're told, why I'm not getting any responses back from the board members. And it's really unsettling that you've got staff now running these projects without any transparency, any oversight, any discretion by the public to make, saying this doesn't qualify. I don't understand why you're allowing this. And you've even seen it with this last project in Bass Lake, where they admitted that the staff told them to craft it this way to sidestep our rules, laws, and policies. So I am not a scary person. I've worked with most of you. I would love to give you some history. I would love not to see our county destroyed and become these projects I'm talking about are all going into high fire areas with the 2-lane mining roads. Missouri Flat is getting hit. The Diamond Springs, El Dorado is getting hit terribly hard, and you're creating a firestorm. And that's why you've got Linda coming to you. They're trying to get you to listen and work for the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I guess bring it back to the board. Any comments or anything like that?
I just wanted to maybe let Tara know that the name of the book that Linda is reading from is called Paradise by Zizzy Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? See you. All right, well, thank you for sharing your thoughts today. So I'm going to close the open forum at this point, and we get back to the 9 a.m. time allocation, which is item 15, department presentations. So right now, Aaron, building and planning.
That's fine, thank you. All right, good afternoon, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. And I guess I drew the short straw that I get to present after lunch, and you've been outside and now it's nice and warm in here and you've been listening to presentations all day. So I got to make this exciting. I will do my best, but as we just heard from public comment, planning and land use is top of mind for a lot of people. So hopefully, people can find some information in here which answers some of those questions. But I do want to quickly introduce some of my staff that are here today. So I have Jennifer Morse, who oversees anything to do with numbers in our department, as well as some of the other admin functions and housing. I have Rob Peters, Deputy Director over Planning, Nick, who is our acting code enforcement supervisor on the West Slope, Kyle as well. And he is Deputy Director overseeing economic development, process improvements, and our administrative group. I probably have other staff online, including Brendan, our Chief Deputy Director that oversees our Tahoe office as well. With that, I want to get started then. And I do want to say, normally I probably wouldn't read our mission statement. However, we did just update our mission statement. And the way we did that is Kyle and his team, as part of our process improvements, reached out to staff, got their feedback, and came up with a new mission statement. Our previous mission statement really tried to touch on all the services that we provided to the public, and it was sort of long and cumbersome. We looked at it differently this time. What do we have in common with all of our divisions in planning and building? And so the end result here is we are dedicated to serving our citizens with integrity, efficiency, and transparency. Our professional staff work to simplify the planning and building experience for our citizens to encourage a thriving economy for all. And I think as I go through my presentation, you'll see some of the ways we've been doing that and working on that over the past year. Okay, rather than do a full org chart with, all 100 of my staff, I just broke it down by main function areas. So in the building, we've got staff that do work in our permit center, that do inspections, that do plan checks, and a couple of engineers. In our planning group, we have current planning, long-range planning, commercial cannabis, and we also have permit center staff and planning. We have Tahoe planning and building. We've sort of been working on that group for this past year. And so we now refer to them as Tahoe planning and building. We've always had staff up in Tahoe, but what we've really tried to do is create a group up there that provides all the same level of service and same functions that we have down here, with the added expertise that is needed for Tahoe, such as knowledge of TRPA. The next group is the Economic Development and Administration. This actually includes our affordable housing group as well, and our process improvements. And then code enforcement, where we have West Slope, and we have a group of code enforcement officers that are in our Tahoe planning and building as well. So what we do, and I'm not going to read these, but just rather highlight some of the things. So economic development, one of the things that we're working on right now is our new Strategic Enhancement Economic Development Committee, or SEED. So that is up and running now. This group also is overseeing the Affordable Housing Task Force, and that is getting feedback from those that are actually out there building housing or building affordable units, and getting their feedback that we can combine with what we know and what we see, and bring some recommendations to the board on ways we can encourage more affordable housing. This group also is in charge of all the broadband, and as you know, we just recently received a big grant for that. On the planning side, again, long range discretionary permit center on the planning side. Code enforcement, we have grown that division, and that oversees, of course, our traditional code enforcement, but a big emphasis now on VHRs and ranch marketing. Leanne mentioned that before, where we partner with ag on that program. On our building division, they, of course, conduct plan review for ministerial permits, and as well as those that have been approved by planning. And they look at everything from a simple water heater to new commercial construction. Once it goes through plan check, the permit is issued, construction starts, and then we have our inspectors go out there at certain increments and make sure it's being constructed both to plans and to California Building Code as well. We also have, as I mentioned, a couple of engineers on our staff. They look at, of course, engineering part of the plans, and everything as simple as a retaining wall that's over 4 feet in height to the commercial buildings as well. One thing I want to mention on our building side is that people don't realize is they conduct what's called disaster permits.
And so we think of that as, you know, Caldor fire, which certainly it is, floods, fires, they're some of the first people out there to inspect any buildings. It is also when, say, a car runs into a building and damages the building, that is also a disaster permit. And then even when there is some known issues, and I'll give you an example, a little over a year ago, let's see, it was Sterling Ranch Apartments in El Dorado Hills. They were doing some work out there and realized there was significant dry rot to the point of where they were afraid some of the decks and balconies were going to collapse. We immediately have 5 building inspectors out there along with El Dorado Hills Fire to take a look at the entire apartment complex within a matter of hours. And they did end up issuing about 8 red tags and 28 yellow tags for some of those structures until they could get those repaired. So that was another example of a disaster permit. And also our commercial cannabis is part of that group as well. In our Tahoe planning and building, again, mentioned we are consolidating our services up there to serve our Tahoe customers. And it really is unique with TRPA, but also stormwater. It's a different stormwater regulations up in the Tahoe Basin. So we do have staff specialized in that knowledge to assist up there. And that's what we're really trying to do is, again, people can come in to the planning and building office up there and get the same services down that people expect down here. And we also don't have to, we're trying to eliminate that shuffle of plans and information back and forth up and down the hill. So we moved a vacant Dev Tech position that was down here on the West Slope to the Tahoe office. That person just started a couple of weeks ago, and that's going to be our face at the counter. We now have pretty much Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, someone there to answer questions, which is huge. We haven't had that for years. I'll just mention, with TRPA, it is, everybody knows it's kind of an additional layer. It's not easy, but I want to give a couple of examples of how that works. So, and maybe answer the question, what happens if we don't comply with TRPA and their requirements? So we would actually lose the ability to construct residential units up in the Tahoe Basin. TRPA allocates a specific number of residential units to every jurisdiction around the lake. And the way you get those is based on your staff's compliance, our compliance with TRPA regulations. We are graded every year on how we do in evaluating plans and doing inspections, all the things that go into what TRPA is looking at. And by the way, their main goal, if you really want to sum it up, is it's quality of the lake. That's what it's all about. So when our staff, we get graded, we get those scores back. It's actually on a scale from 1 to 100, and depending on how we do, it determines how much of our total allocation we get. And proud to say that in the last round, which was about 1.5 years ago, we got total number of allocation, which I think is like 60 some units, and it's over a 2-year period. So this May, that 2-year period's coming back up. But we've really been working hard on training our staff and making sure we're double checking everything we do so we can ensure to get that full allocation again. All right, now we get into some of the numbers. Total appropriations, just under 23 million, which really it is a huge number, and we do not take that lightly. Total appropriations is actually down from our last budget year by about 627,000. And about half of our appropriations go to the planning and building divisions within the department, which isn't surprising. Those are the 2 largest divisions. I do want to point out that, building, well, I'll say first, all these divisions, it's really close to, when you look at the appropriations, close to the size of those divisions. So those divisions that are smaller staff, smaller budget. And so that makes sense because one of our largest expenses, of course, is our staffing. But when you look at planning, I want to point out that one of the big expenses in the planning division is what we kind of look at as pass-through contracts. So when we are working with developers, they have to pay for their environmental, they have to pay for any other specialized studies that we require. We keep a list for contractors to do the environmental, and we end up being a pass-through. So the developer pays it, that comes to us, we turn around and pay the contractor. That money shows up in our budget. So there's 2 million out of just the planning side that is not staff spending the money. It's actually the developer spending the money for their projects, and as just being the pass-through on that. Same with affordable housing, that can fluctuate. And as a matter of fact, the affordable housing, it's about 3.1 million, and 3 million of that is a loan that we are a pass-through. It comes from HCD, it goes to us, and then we send it straight back out to an affordable housing developer. So net county cost for our department is 6.7 million. So again, total appropriations was 23 million, but our net county cost is 6.7 million. As you see on this chart, we've got building division shows as a negative, and this is why I'm not an accountant. A negative is a positive, meaning our building division actually generates more than their expenses. And that is primarily because of all the permits that they issue. But obviously, even that additional that they generate doesn't cover the rest of the department. So I also want to point out on this that in previous years, we've assumed discretionary TOT covering some of the cost of our divisions, in particular economic development. That is not the case in this slide. We did not assume any discretionary TOT. So this is just total cost, and regardless of the funding sources, we're not making any assumptions of what our funding sources may be. All right, and then our revenues are about 16 million, and more than half of that is from our licenses and permits. The good news is that is really only down from last year by $200,000. So even though our permit activity has been down, it hasn't been down significantly. And the permits we have been issuing have been more commercial, which tend to be more expensive permits. The other thing is, if you recall, we did our fee update for the department about 1.5 years ago. So that's reflected in here too. Our fees that we're charging are more accurate of the actual time and expense to process these permits. Looking ahead, I will say this is probably the toughest year to try and predict what's going to happen. We know interest rates are still high, so there's not that huge demand for new housing that we once had. But we see a lot of activity on the planning side of developers getting ready to build, a lot of tentative maps, final maps. We've got East Ridge out there grading and putting in infrastructure like crazy, getting ready to build. So when they are actually ready to start, that stick construction, that'll be kind of where the rubber meets the road. Biggest unknown right now is the TIF fees and how that's going to affect permit activity. I mean, we've heard that it's going to be a negative. We assume it will be. It just went into effect over the weekend, so we have no data yet to tell you. But by the time we come forward with final permit or final budget numbers, we'll at least probably have a couple months under our belt, so we'll be able to see how that might affect that activity. All right, fun part, accomplishments and metrics for our divisions. So in our building division, we increased online permit applications from 3 permit types to 33 permit types. This has been huge. That means people can submit an application and their plans 100% electronically and not have to step foot in our door. this is reflected directly in our numbers. So if you look at the bottom under building division, walk-in customers down by 41%. So we know people are taking advantage of that, and we know it's having an impact as far as the foot traffic in and out of our building, which is great. Again, applications are down by about 1%, final permits down by about 16%. So not huge numbers, but we always like to see positive rather than negative. I will say just this morning from our fiscal group, I did get updated numbers on our building revenue versus expenditures, and we're actually ahead of where we were a year ago. So I'm feeling pretty good about this year. We're up by about $150,000. They give us a monthly report of our revenue versus expenses and compare it to the year before. So we are doing okay.
Karen, I want to stop you right there.
Yeah.
So one of the things I want to ask you on Title 25 in Jersey Flat, how many applications have we have so far? Has there been any, or has there been any movement at all?
So they're waiting, they're all ready to go. Most of them are waiting for our pre-approved Title 25 plans, which we just had a meeting last week with the fantastic architect, Peter Wolf, who is donating his time to prepare those. And Peter sat down with our buildings, chief building official, acting chief building official, Don Knight, and they went over some just last minute things to fix on the plan. So those plans were 90-95% complete. So we should have those plans complete. And then my understanding is have at least 4 or 5 people that right away are going to submit their applications for Title 25.
Okay, great. Thank you.
On the code enforcement side, you'll see big jumps in numbers across the board. And that is absolutely due to just having the staffing, having great leadership with our 2 supervisors, Kevin Bailey and Nick Hewer, and really getting those procedures and protocols in place, following up and making sure we are collecting or finding people on a timely basis. But again, as I always say, education first. We always give people the opportunity to correct any issues they have. It's just those that don't comply or don't respond that we move into the fine process. Big accomplishments for code enforcement have been the abatement of Taco Bell and Little Norway. So both of those in District 5, and thank you, Supervisor Lane, for keeping on top of that with us. But they were truly eyesores and problem buildings. And the great thing is we hadn't done abatements for a long time. We've got that under our belt now, and we're going to start using that in other instances that are real problems as well. All right, on to our Tahoe planning and building. So they're working on the Tahoe El Dorado area plan, caught up on our TRPA plan checks. We were really far behind with the help of a contract with Wells Barnett and our staff. We caught up on those, but we're gonna hang on to that contract because, as you know, in Tahoe, their construction season is short. So now's the time of year where architects and developers are putting together their plans, and we expect to start seeing those very soon because they want to start construction come May. So we are prepared for that. And then on the vacation home rental side, our numbers on vacation home rental permits haven't changed all that much, but of course we did just implement new vacation home rental ordinance. So our staff's been working diligently on getting the processes in place to implement those new ordinances. And so that photo on the bottom there is something new we're trying. One of the main complaints we got of all things was we'd have people print out a paper copy of contact information so that if I were walking by and it was a problem and I wanted to call, I'd have to find this paper copy and, call and say, hey, you're being too noisy. These are magnets that they're holding that go on the bear boxes, which are required, and hopefully be a little more permanent, visible, has a phone number, has the permit number of the VHR, so that if I'm walking by or I'm the next door neighbor, I've got that information and can find it and make a phone call and get to the VHR hotline very quickly. And Karen Coleman mentioned earlier, we implemented some new software and she's 100% right on. It's been great and much more functional and gives us more information and data. So we appreciate that. I also don't want to forget our stormwater group that's up in Tahoe. And even though they're up in Tahoe, again, there's stormwater over in the basin and there's stormwater on the west slope. And they do a fantastic job. This past year, they achieved their goal related to lake clarity. And this is, starting to get above my head, but they have to, their goal was to demonstrate 28.8% fine sediment particle reduction to meet the Tahoe total maximum daily load, which they achieved, and they earned 76 lake clarity credits. So I don't know exactly what that means. I just know it's good and it contributes again to the health of Lake Tahoe. If you want to know, there are some fantastic staff up there. And by the way, it's not just our stormwater staff, it's with DOT, the DOT staff up there. So get a hold of those guys. They're so informative. All right, and on the west slope, our stormwater group, we added another staff person because we know that new regulations are coming, but also with the construction. So East Ridge has been one they've worked very, very closely with. That was a big area. They did a lot of grading, and that was right before the storms hit in December. They've worked very closely with them and gotten them buttoned up. They had some issues, but I think those have largely been taken care of now. All right, moving on to planning. Our planning permit numbers are actually up, and we also have fewer walk-in customers. Now, I attribute that to a couple of things, the fewer walk-in customers. One is our fantastic projects in your area on the website that IT helped us with. And I think that people can download information off of there rather than coming in our office and getting copies of environmental impact reports or things. We also have new direction, new supervisors that really encourage staff to be more communicative with their applicants. So give them a call, be proactive, send them an email, be proactive. And that is finally, I think, starting to show up in the numbers where people feel like they don't have to come down, that if they leave a phone message, they will get a call back. And then commercial cannabis is also in our planning area, and the numbers look like there's not much happening, but trust me, there is a lot happening. These permits just take a long time because they have a full environmental review to go through. We are processing a couple, so we do expect a couple to be coming up. So those that are in process, they don't show as new, they don't show as approved. They're kind of in the middle there. One metric I want to mention that I'm very proud of, and it's not listed on here, but as part of our process improvements that Kyle's been handling, we do a lot more surveying of our customers, and we do it at different times during the process. So in December, we reached out to 389 customers. We got 32 responses, which is actually pretty good, close to 10%. One of the ratings is on staff courtesy, and they can choose from 1 to 5. Total was 4.87 on staff courtesy. On staff knowledge, it was 4.84. So I am very proud of our staff. They do provide excellent service. They do provide good information, and they're doing a fantastic job. All right, economic development, as you know, $66 million grant for broadband, $250,000 grant from SACOG for outreach related to our affordable housing efforts, and launched the 2 new committees, Affordable Housing Task Force and SEED. We touch pretty much every area in the strategic plan, from affordable housing, thriving economy. Of course, we have our economic development team working with businesses, both existing and those that are interested in coming here. And strategic innovation with all the efforts that Kyle and his team have been doing to be more efficient and effective in our services. Right. Upcoming policy and programmatic changes, not surprising. it's always what's the state have in store for us this time around. ADUs seem to come up every single year. There's another one that is kind of flown under the radar, and I'm going to actually read a little bit from, this is the state language. So a couple of new Senate bill, well, a Senate bill and Assembly bill, Senate Bill 1425, Assembly Bill 1889, requires counties and cities to update their general plans to address equitable access to open space, rewilding, wildlife and habitat connectivity, and climate resilience. SB 1425 requires every city and county to review and update its general plan open space element by January 1st, 2026. That's a year from now. To include plans and an action program that address equitable access correlated with the environmental justice element, climate resilience, and other co-benefits of open space, also correlated with the safety element, which we just updated. AB 1889 is called the Room to Roam Act. You may have heard that. And it requires cities and counties to consider the effect of development on wildlife movement and habitat connectivity. And that is also going to be a general plan update. That one we have until January 1st, 2028. And I bring those up because you know that when we touch the general plan, it's a lot of work and it's usually an expense. And it's usually reading these Assembly bills, Senate bills, trying to figure out exactly what it is they're asking for. And we'll talk more about this beginning of April is when we're doing our long range planning update. You know, all of our projects in process, what we have remaining in front of the board. So we'll be adding this in as well. And hopefully by then have a little bit of better idea of what exactly the effort will be, how much it'll cost, how much can we do as staff, what parts are we going to have to contract out. But yeah, 1 year to update anything in the general plan is really kind of concerning, honestly. So other than that, some of the things we'll be looking at, again, stormwater regulations for the West Slope are going to change. And we, of course, will be also starting to do our analysis of a comprehensive update to the general plan. So when we come back in about a year with our 5-year update, we'll have done a more thorough analysis of updating the general plan, you know, where we are, what it's going to take, and what we had heard from the board previously was we don't need to start from scratch. We've got some good things in the general plan. Let's take what's still good and then build off of that. So that's the direction we're headed. With that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Karen. Anybody on the board like to comment? I've got one.
I got a couple.
Yeah, Karen, the couple bills that you just mentioned confused me because I think the state's confused. They come out with all this regulation, and then on the other hand, they tell us we have to have affordable housing. We have to and put it wherever they say we have to put it, which is in the middle of some very critical evacuation routes. If you want to call it wildlife corridors, on and on and on. So there's got to be some way, David, that we push back on some of these issues because they're too conflicting. And one size does not fit all, especially in El Dorado County or some of these other rural counties where we've got topography challenges also. And then obviously the jewel of the one of the jewels of the world is Lake Tahoe. And I don't know where it ends, but this guy is tired of it. And I'm getting more tired of it every day because we're impacting our valuable resources as well as public safety and the ability to get out in an event. And then there'll be a new regulation that tells we got to do that in a timely fashion. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, but there's got to be some pushback.
Yeah. You nailed it there, Supervisor Veerkamp. Is the state is constantly creating more and more conflicting with itself legislation, and it's hard to know where to go with things. But to your presentation really quick, Karen, I do want to say I appreciate, I feel that over the last year, your team has come together and has been far more responsive to our residents with their questions and concerns. Folks that are trying to navigate all of these, you know, the local, state, federal, whatever, and get into compliance. And I do feel like the email threads that I get copied on, you know, we usually only get copied when there's a big bad problem. So I always try to keep that in mind, which is why I love these updates, so we can see really all the good work you guys are doing. We only see the really complex ones usually. So thank you for that responsiveness. I really appreciate it. And also, again, technology. I really feel like the county's really coming into its own finally with technology, and it's serving our residents and our business as well. And then the other thing that I'm just, you know, throwing out there, because we do have the housing task force, and I don't know what they're talking about and what they're up to right now, but we've gotten, my office has gotten several in the last few weeks. I don't know what's going on. No, I do know what's going on. We updated our VHR ordinance to match some state laws and other things, because we had some stuff that wasn't quite connected. And ADUs, you mentioned legislation coming up. And I was watching some social media posts about ADUs, because some people have said how awesome your staff is with, you know, are helping people. And then other people cautioned that the state has a lot of legislation that makes it very difficult to remove bad renters. So while our county is very supportive of ADUs, and we include it in our housing element, you know, as a way of affordable housing, but I feel that there's a hesitancy of people to actually rent them out, knowing that it's so difficult to get rid of bad renters. So yeah, I know it's another one of those things. Yep. Like and you cannot, it's been made very clear to me in the last, since this year started, that ADUs are not meant to be short-term rentals. And therefore, if you have an ADU, you must use it to rent to someone to live in. But there's a hesitancy because of the laws. So again, another kind of conflict, I think, that the state isn't helping us with, and it's impacting housing because landlords are hesitant. So I don't know if the housing task force is talking about that, but I think that's a big deal.
That's a very good point. And I think a couple things we can do. Certainly we can have the Affordable Housing Task Force weigh in on that. I also know Housing El Dorado has been a great partner with ADUs. And I think they get into some of those types of issues better than we do. They have better expertise. So maybe that's a conversation we can have with them to see, you know, hey, you know, they're helping right now already educate people that are interested in ADUs, you know, taking that time that we just don't have to really make sure people understand before they go into the expense of an ADU exactly what they're getting into. But to your point, maybe that's part two. Like, not only do you need to worry about the cost of an ADU, but, you know, here, if you're going to rent it out, here's some things to watch out for. Here's some things to make sure you understand what your rights are and what the tenant rights are.
Absolutely. So thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that I want to say is just ridiculous. Some of these new laws that are coming down the pipe, it's just unbelievable. When you're talking about vegetation management in our county, that we have an ordinance now, and then they're telling us you can't do that, especially when trying to protect the wildlife and stuff. So how in the world, it's like Lori and Brian brought up, they're just kind of bucking heads against each other. It doesn't make any sense to me, you know, and I got to tell you right now, you're talking about solar requirements. So that bill is going to come back that Patterson submitted, that I was co-sponsor of that bill, and it got vetoed by the governor. But now we have congressmen down in, after the fires in LA, they're going to bring that back to try to address that, because it's just not right when you're imposing these people after disaster, when they had no solar requirements before, to put solar requirements on these homes. So it's just beyond me, some of the stuff that's coming on. And it's almost like they're trying to force everybody out of the rural area not to build. So I think a person has a right to build, and, you know, wherever they want, or live wherever they want. And it seems like to me, there's just too much government telling us what to do. And we need to push back a little bit, especially this county. So.
I'm going to quickly echo what some of the others like Leanne and Jeff have said is when we're talking about regulations like that, and it was mentioned, you know, it touches different departments. And so having the good relationships, having, you know, other department heads I know I can reach out to, and they know they can reach out to me is everything. So there are a lot of these types of issues that we do sit around the table and try and hash out and figure out and interpret. And I just really appreciate that team that we have.
Okay. Thank you, Karen, for presentation. Oh, any more comments? from the
Thank
board?
you,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Go ahead, Mr.
Sure,
Farrar.
go ahead.
You go first.
No, I appreciate what you all have said so far, and I stand behind that 100%. As I'm learning this role and learning the challenges and the legislation that's being mandated upon us, it is very clear that the state and the legislators that are authoring these laws have there's no context for a rural county. There's no way a center in San Francisco should be dictating what we're doing up here in El Dorado County. I wish we had a very large legal bank where we could fight them on everything. That's not possible. So my ask of you is, please stand up when these applications come in. Just don't assume that they're ministerial and push them through. Maybe look for loopholes that we can, you know, send it back to the applicant and say, no, it doesn't, this legislation doesn't apply here. We owe it to the public that lives here because the state is not looking out for our best interests.
Anything else, Greg?
I think I said it all.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I would be remiss in not giving you a big thank you for your attention to the Basins Planning and Building and Stormwater Department that really was not functioning well. And I think you've addressed it. I think staff is thrilled and the residents are going to be even more thrilled because they're going to actually be able to get a building permit in the same year in which they apply, which has not happened up there in a long time. So I really want to thank you for your attention. I also, when I first came on board, I was very critical of code enforcement. I know now, being on the other side of it, that code enforcement was really understaffed. And although I think everyone tried to do the best they could, you didn't have all the resources you needed to do it. And I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for coming up with the money to hire some additional staff. We've got some great equipment now. I mean, everything is just really humming. And so I just want to thank you for your professionalism and for your staff, and think they're doing an excellent job. And then just one question, and that is with regards to Econ Dev. You mentioned that you're not planning on any transient occupancy tax discretionary dollars. What is the plan?
Not that I'm not planning on it, not that I'm not going to ask for it, but it's just in the budget numbers in the past years, we assumed that that was covered by discretionary TOT. And so we kind of took, you know, minused out that dollar amount from the total budget. And, you know, the direction from CAO's office, and I think it's the right direction, is just lay it all out on the table and then we'll figure out how we pay for things. But yeah, our economic development staffing is pretty much 100% paid for by discretionary TOT. And we don't have a alternative source to, you know, right now it would be, if it's not that, it's just our standard general fund dollars that would pay for that staff.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I just want to add one more thing. When any of these bills come across your desk or anything, will you please forward that information to the Board of Supervisors here so we don't get blindsided, especially with some of the stuff that's coming down the pipe from the state. I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, we will do our best. And I actually brought up, so let's see, a few years ago, 2021, planning and zoning laws. It's now 2 volumes because we get these every year though. This is kind of our Bible but this doesn't even include then all the case law that comes after it. So it's a lot to keep up on. But to your point, you know, Assemblymember Patterson has been great. And I think where we can really make a difference is looking at the laws before, you know, when they're in draft stage and trying to make changes to recognize the needs of the rural counties.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, one other thing, when we look at our own ordinances, we got to make sure that we're not creating conflicts either, because that's been an issue before and makes it very difficult on staff. Oh, wait a minute, this conflicts with that, so what do we do? And that makes us all look sort of foolish. So as we develop things, we got to make sure, and I'm going to use the oak tree ordinance as one of those. And as vegetation management has evolved, those two collide big time. So when we can straighten it out and make it easier for staff to interpret,
yeah,
people get their permits or whatever, and out they go. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. All right, so we'll go to transportation. Rafael Martinez. Now, remember, 30 minutes is all you get. You're not going to get special treatment.
We got
from
8 slides.
Brian
You know
Richard.
I won't go over.
Brian Richard had 30 minutes. You're going to get 32.
You know I don't like to
Slides,
talk.
Yeah, right.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak about the Department of Transportation, our mission statement, and the strategic plan. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Kim. So what is the Department of Transportation responsible for? As you can see here, what we do is everything within the public, vehicular, pedestrian, or traveled right of way. So anything that is within the footprint of edge of pavement to edge of pavement, back of sidewalk to back of sidewalk, the area in which the general public is traveling, that is the Department of Transportation's responsibility. We are responsible for approximately 75% of all the infrastructure in the county. So we're talking about our roads, our bridges, our drainage facilities, and we are responsible for 100% of the equipment needed to maintain that infrastructure. So as you can see here, we are responsible for everything from traffic engineering all the way to the vegetation management that is within that footprint. We joke, we like to say that our mission statement is see a problem, fix it. Straight and simple, but what it truly is to protect the public safety and welfare through road maintenance that incorporates in its culture and in its people. So we are constantly being approached by the public, by stakeholders, by the board, by other departments as to issues such as removal of vegetation, snow removal in the higher elevation areas, roadway rehabilitation, pavement maintenance, bridge maintenance, working very closely with the planning department on development impacts and developer projects throughout the county. Any drainage facilities, making sure that any water that is conveyed within that public right-of-way, that it is safely being conveyed and out of harm's way. So that is our goal, our mission, to make sure that we are providing safety, we are providing maintenance, we are providing infrastructure and culture to our public through the maintenance of our county infrastructure. So the Department of Transportation has 3 primary divisions. Those are maintenance and operations, engineering and construction, and then development, right-of-way and permits. So I'm going to go over the first one for you here. So maintenance and operations. Essentially, it's what we do best. I'm sure all of you have got your favorite potholes that you like to inform us about. Well, that's what we are out to do, is making sure that we get to them in a timely fashion. So we are out repairing potholes, roadway resurfacing, providing for crack sealing, bridge maintenance, guardrail repair, anything that, once again, is within our public right-of-way footprint. We are also responsible for the equipment and the vehicular traffic that the county uses to travel on that right of way. So all of fleet vehicle purchases and repairs and maintenance is overseen by the public, by the Department of Transportation's fleet unit. Snow removal in the higher elevation areas is key to making sure that we are providing safe ingress and egress to our public and to the motoring community, as well as to emergency vehicles when there is heavy storms, as well as on when there's lower elevation storms that come in the Pollock Pines and Camino area. Drainage, self-explanatory, as I stated earlier, it is to provide the conveyance of water off of the public right-of-way and into safe drainage facilities. Traffic engineering is one aspect that not very many people recognize the department is responsible for. We work very closely with CHP, with Sheriff, to make sure that we are abiding by the highway capacity manual and the vehicle code in order to incorporate speed limits, stop signs, striping, signals, and any implementation of traffic control devices within the public right-of-way. And our latest addition program to the department, which is vegetation management, and that is maintaining and progressively reducing the fuel that is within the public right-of-way. As we all know, that is a very difficult topic nowadays, which has been overseen for many years by many municipalities, and now is getting much more publicity to make sure that we are staying on top of it, being proactive. And the Board of Supervisors have, for El Dorado County, have been very supportive of the department with the allocation of the additional funds and the staffing to incorporate a vegetation management team that is progressively looking to reduce vegetation whenever possible within the public right-of-way.
I got a comment.
Yes, sir.
First, on vegetation management right now, Rafael, are you working with PG&E and stuff like that, especially with that? Because when they do their removal, they only do the tops. And I think they correspond with you, or especially if a tree needs to be completely taken out, which would be better off, especially when you're trying to do your own vegetation management. It would coincide better if we work together on that.
As a matter of fact, as part of in one of my other divisions, land development and permits, we collaborate very closely with all the utilities, PG&E being one of them, and what areas they are working on. And if they are going to be doing vegetation removal due to their projects, we are either working in collaboration with them or alongside with them to make sure that we reduce and we can incorporate some of our needs along with their needs, so that we can have economies of scale and get the most bang for all our bucks.
Okay.
Definitely. Thank you. So staying on maintenance, this here, and I think this list might be a few years old, but it speaks to the volume of infrastructure that the Department of Transportation has to maintain. We have over 60,000 either items, feet, miles of infrastructure that county resources have to maintain on a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly basis. So when I mentioned our ingest, our mission statement is see a problem, fix it. Yes, we do want to fix it as soon as we can, but as you can see here, getting to that can be somewhat complicated because we have to prioritize those list of items from safety first to then public nuisance. And so we are constantly listening to the public, going out to any location where we feel the public has given us input that we need to look into infrastructure that needs maintenance, and then inputting that into our database and prioritizing it in a fashion that will expedite the repairs and the maintenance of that either facility or infrastructure based off of that priority list. So we always say please be patient with us. We receive over approximately 150 calls every month from the public. And so we need to make sure that we are getting to every single one in a manner that is not biased and not influenced and just based off of either engineering facts or good maintenance practices for safety and for hazard removal. Now, getting on to my two other divisions. The Division of Engineering and Construction oversees all new construction, whether it's for repairing the aging of old infrastructure or for new infrastructure that is needed as part of the county's general plan. We see projects from cradle to the grave. I'm very fortunate to have adopted an amazing group of individuals in my department who are committed, dedicated, and have pride and ownership in what they do. We have taken well over $250 million worth of grant-funded projects before the Board of Supervisors over the course of the last 20 years that has benefited the public immensely. And many of them being funded up to about 100% of its construction design and construction cost. A very good example of that right now is the Mosquito Bridge. It's a $100 million project that is being constructed, currently under construction in the Mosquito Swansboro area. And it's being funded 100% from the Highway Bridge program. We are very fortunate to have such great staff that are diligent and so good at applying for these grants to get the infrastructure needed for safety and for ease of transportation throughout our county roads. And as I stated, we design and we plan and we do the environmental aspects as well as the grant allocations for them all in-house. Once again, it's that pride and ownership that my staff has for its infrastructure. The next division is that of development right-of-way and environments. And this area is where we deal a lot more with the public having to do with either requesting permits to have access to roadway, public right-of-way access, or to have environmental documents drafted up for some of our CIP projects, or working with the planning department on developments that will be incorporated into our general plan and or our network circulation. So one of the big impacts that we have in the county from development is that of vehicular traffic. And a lot of what we are trying to do is to balance what those impacts are with what we can request of developers to mitigate that impact. Supervisor Verkamp, you were mentioning earlier some of the constraints that we have with the state of California stating, help us, they want help in providing for affordable housing. Yet some of the grants that I mentioned earlier, the state of California no longer is providing for that capacity. They are strictly looking at CEQA requirements to be for more of a vehicular miles traveled, which is more transit oriented, more bike oriented, and more pedestrian commuting oriented. But in a rural county, that's extremely difficult and really doesn't make sense. So being able to accommodate for the county's general plan, which is that of level of service, along with what the state is saying, well, these are the kinds of programs we want you to incorporate, is our constant battle. And which is the main reason why this past December, we had such a greater than normal increase in our TIF fees. And that's because of the fact that the state of California is no longer allocating funding grants for capacity projects, for interchanges, widening roads, adding more lanes. They now are only looking for transit-oriented projects. And so then the only area where we can continue to manage our general plan with the needed funding that we need for that is going to have to come from the TIF. Now, we are going to be working with stakeholders throughout the county to see if we can find a happy median. But right now, at where the state is at in terms of the grant funding that they are allocating for projects, we are looking at that funding source to diminish year after year after year. So it will be a struggle, and the county is going to have to depend on more of its own resources moving forward with those. A lot of the permits that we have are for single-family homes wanting to access the public right-of-way. We work very closely with them to make sure that they are accessing in a way that is not going to be detrimental to the public right-of-way. Property acquisitions having to do with projects as well as developer projects. Plan checking and inspection for right-of-way entries, similar to that of permits coming in. Coordinating with utilities, as I mentioned, Supervisor Turnbull, that is where we coordinate with EID, with PG&E, with the broadband companies to make sure that any impacts that they have in our roadway, that they repair that roadway back to what the condition was before, and that we don't have a project that's going to be coming in and resurfacing. So we're always coordinating with the utilities to make sure that we're not conflicting with one another. As well as we have our own materials lab for that of our soils, our surveying, and that of data recording for vehicular traffic on a year-to-year basis. So now getting into some of our budgeting numbers. We have two buckets of money, and they pretty much are separated from each other. One is for maintenance, the other is for capital projects. And so the one there on the left, as you can see, that has to do with capital projects. Essentially, the bulk of our projects currently, because they are still revenant from several years back of grants that we acquired 10 years ago, they are grant funded. So case in point, Mosquito Bridge, the pedestrian overcrossing over Missouri Flat, another capital project that's going to be coming to construction real shortly here is that of the interchange improvements at El Dorado Hills Boulevard and the US 50. And within the next 5 years, we're looking and hoping that we can have the Ponderosa intersections modification for that interchange as well. Those are all funded through the capital side. And a big portion of that is, as I stated, through grants. Some of it is from traffic impact fees, and the remaining is local discretionary. What worries us is that that portion that is of the grant funded portion going down here within the next few years due to the state of California, not only from their deficits, but because of their vision and their direction with a lot of their means of transportation and modes of transportation. When it comes to maintenance, that is a conglomerate of partitions where the funding comes for that. Good portion of it comes from the gas tax that we all pay at the pump. Now that includes the newest gas tax, which came in 2017 and escalates approximately every 4 years, as well as property taxes, local discretionary, utility fees that they pay to us to make sure that we are keeping our roads maintained due to their impacts on our roads. And Measure S now is a new measure that was up in Tahoe specifically for the rehabilitation and snow removal up in the basin due to the inclement weather that the region has and the greater impact on the infrastructure that it has up in the area. So I know several of you have seen this graph, and it's very telling because over the years I've been harping on where some municipalities have a multiple range of funding mechanisms to fund their roadway maintenance, and this is specifically on the maintenance side of our funding apparatus. Like I said earlier, there's two buckets, capital and then maintenance. This side here was much more appropriately funded back in the 90s when we had a federal logging fee that was a huge contributor to the roadway impacts that they created on a regular basis, as well as construction costs were operating at normal levels. In the 2000s and 2010s, there was a huge influx from the state of California that did a proposition, Prop 1B, and that contributed a significant amount of revenue to not only El Dorado County, but all the municipalities, and gave us a very healthy road fund balance. But due to the diminishing logging fees, as well as the conclusion of Prop 1B, the Department of Transportation really only had that of property taxes and gas tax that it was depending on. Yet the construction costs started drastically going up as of about 2015, which is why the state of California came back with what is called SB 1. It is their increase to the gas tax, which up to that point, they were trying to fill a huge hole in Caltrans's budget gap. And in order to sell that to the general public, they said, well, the other municipalities will also get a portion of that. And so we got a contribution that is specifically for roadway rehabilitation. But because I had been discussing this and mentioning this to the Board of Supervisors since I had been here in 2017, the Board of Supervisors had graciously looked for other ways of redistributing some of local discretionary funds so that the Department of Transportation can get out of the hole that we were digging ourselves into due to the fact that we weren't proactively working on vegetation management, working on roadway rehabilitation and repavement and resurfacing. And so that has been a huge help and infusion for the department to be much more proactive and looking for issues rather than waiting for our residents to call us up and inform us of what is going on in our county roads. And then the last slide that I want to leave you with is the one that we like to share the most, and that is how to best get hold of us. We have approximately 67 maintenance workers that are on the roads every day that are constantly looking for that problem to fix, but we can't be everywhere at all times. So we depend a lot on our residents to inform us of what's going on. And the best way of doing that is by going to our website, county's website, and going to DOT, as well as to our Facebook page, El Dorado County Roads. You could also contact us on road.maintenance@edcgov.us, as well as our hotline, which is 530-642-4909. I always feel like a lawyer when I say that. Call me at this number, but we really do want you to call us at that number because we feel it's critical for us to hear what the public sees and to let them know that we are working on their issues, that we are prioritizing their issues, and that we can respond to them in a timely fashion based off of the magnitude of infrastructure that we have. And so we basically are always trying to find new ways of getting hold of what we do out into the public so that they know that we are here for them, for their public transportation needs, and to make sure that we are providing the maintenance for them on a regular basis. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions for me.
Any questions from the board? No?
Yeah, I love your graph. That's the funding that's changed over the years. And it was when you were doing road shows to
Yes.
try and we refined it a couple times and found some tweaks. But what are other counties doing? Do they have different, and I'm just talking maintenance, not construction stuff.
Sure.
We have our own general plan, but for maintenance and stuff, what are other counties doing? Or are they just, also struggling and suffering with potholes or, yeah.
That's a very good question. And as part of the maintenance roadshow that we did several years ago, one of the options that were on the table was what some of the Southern California municipalities and Bay Area municipalities do. And that is that they have a sales tax. And some cities have sales tax that allow them to use that funding for maintenance purposes. There is also a similar to what we did in the basin, transit occupancy tax. Sometimes when you do have a region or an area that is impacted by more tourists, you might want to incorporate some kind of transit occupancy tax, because the volume isn't just there because of its residents and or because of it the impacts from businesses or some kind of other traffic generator, but due to people visiting the area. So that is another mechanism for it. And then there are financing mechanism instruments, such as you all know, the Department of Transportation oversees the zone of benefits, which is similar to a CSD, where an area, a region, a community maintains their own roadway, their own infrastructure, with funding that is collected extra from either the community or from the area or from the neighborhood. And so then those are incorporated in a lot of El Dorado Hills communities where they have their own facilities, especially if they're private. So that's another means for us to look into. But those are just a few of the ones that we were looking into about 4 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one thing I want to comment is, if you look at federal logging fees, and look at how much money the county used to generate in those fees to help support our roads, but it's not just for our roads, but it's also for our rural schools, which are really impacted. So it's just sad to me that we need to work on that to bring something back. But like I say, a mill or whatever back to El Dorado County. But the problem is we ain't got much force left after all the fires that we've had. So anyway, it's something that
There's plenty.
but there's something we can really work on there, because it really generated a lot. And there's a bill that's proposed right now it's already went through the House and it's going through the Senate right now, Washington, DC. So it's going to impose a lot of that. So it's going to help solve that problem, especially when it comes to forest management. Okay.
Great.
All right. Thanks, Raphael.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right. So now I'll open it up to public comment for all the department presentations today.
Now taking public comment on item number 15, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from 390. Can you please unmute yourself? Are you okay if I go on to the next one? Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, I'm going to nicely ask you to stop reiterating what planning is telling you when they say the state is forcing you to do something. When it comes to SB 35, I have sent each of you code and how it conflicts with what they're doing, and how these projects are being jammed in by the planning department without proper infrastructure, open space, egress, which is in violation of SB 35 and our general plan and our zoning ordinance. Yet you keep ignoring this information and reiterate that the state is making you do this. Planning gave you 2 resolutions to sign over the last few years, which basically takes your hands out of the, takes those obstacles for safety out of the loop for you to say this doesn't fit, and put it exclusively into their department. That's the issue I'm having with them right now, is because of that's what they've done. If the projects don't meet the level of service, you can disapprove of them. These projects are being put in high fire areas without the infrastructure, and projects have to comply to objective standards, or you can't approve them as ministerial. And most of them, one project I showed 72 things they were violating on the objective standards, and they're moving forward with it anyway. And I think it was on the consent calendar today, but pulled. An example is when they did the ADU, they removed the 30-foot setbacks and made them 4 feet. Well, in high fire areas, the reason there's 30-foot setbacks set by CDF is because 60 feet between buildings stops the flow of fire from going from building to building. When you move that to 4 feet, which our planning did, not the state, you did it, you approved it. You can go back to the 30 feet and make that part of the ADU requirement. It's ironic that what the state's making us do, we had in our general plan initially, and we've been strategically taking these things out. Like open space was removed in the 2013 overhaul. That was not an update, it was an overhaul. Updates aren't required except for the housing element. All you have to do is check, is this where the public still wants to go? Are we good? And that's what an update is, just to check if it's working. And where's the rural culture when you're talking about the planning department? That's right. I wish you gave us 3 minutes on each item, but you didn't. So I'm focusing on planning and how they're going to destroy the rural essence of our county, which is the first chapter of the general plan, is the most important asset. So I would like to hear more of that, how we're going to retain our rural communities. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board. Excellent presentations. The only problem is excellent presentations leads to good and fair questions from the public. 10 departments, 3 minutes, 180 seconds leads to 18 seconds per question. It's impossible. If one wanted to talk about each of these, we wouldn't have the time to do it. 18 seconds is like a title. I could give you a title and it'd be 18 seconds. I believe that this process should be transparent and fair to the public. At least break it in half, make it 5 departments and in 3 minutes per 5 departments. But this notion of 18 seconds, for each department is totally unreasonable. So in mind of then having to pick which department to comment on, obviously I'm going to pick on the Department of Transportation. Hopefully Raphael's still in the room. Your other departments left. So if there was questions, you couldn't even use your own department staff in order to be able to answer them. But in this case, I believe Raphael may still be there. And if he is, ask him about the future of transportation in El Dorado County, because he certainly on a week-to-week basis, or at least a month-to-month basis, brings items to you that is a change in technology, has to do with how signals operate and how they can become more efficient and effective. The fact that total number of signals in the department have grown, I believe, over 30. It may be even higher now. And also the fact that Missouri Flat just got approved, or excuse me, got completed. And I was wondering how Missouri Flat's doing in terms of its signal coordination. We also have the pedestrian overcrossing. We got the Diamond Springs Parkway, Phase 1B, which we had, a week ago, talking about finally getting that built. The future of transportation in El Dorado County is a positive. Obviously, funding is an issue, how to fund them, how to fund that department effectively. But I believe that the Transportation Commission can also help us in doing the and then helping us with the funding. So thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, board, and thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm going to speak a lot and speak fast, so can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. All right, one, I love the comment Chris just said, excellent presentation. Sometimes we should hear the not so excellent presentation. Sometimes we should hear the dirt, the problems that we have. I probably know too many of them. I'm not going to speak to them because I know a lot of the board members already know them. But sometimes the department heads need to talk about the problems, not just sugarcoat. I'm hearing a lot of sugarcoating, and that's not fair to the public. The public needs to know what our real problems are and how we're going to fix it. I want to share also. Sue Taylor is absolutely correct. I've had this discussion. How many of you read Senate Bill 35? Senate Bill 35. I've read all the Senate bills and Assembly bills. Like I don't have anything to do. I know you guys don't think I have a life, but how many of you read that? There is language in there that states, I am blown away that in the inconsistency and confusion that the board thinks that they have to do these projects. There is language in there, very straightforward, that any first lawyer can pick out and say, we don't have to do that. We are absolved from doing that because it says right here. I have had that discussion with some of the board of supervisors, and it states that right there. How many people have actually read these Senate bills? The language is there that says you don't have to do them if X, Y, Z. So if we can please read that and talk about it, I'm going to move on to Raphael, I think, is one of the brightest staff we have. I don't agree with him all the time, but I love the fact that he always says, Tara, if I don't know, I'll get back to you. And that I appreciate in any county staff, in any public servant. And that's what I did as a public servant. So what I'm going to say is that on Raphael's comment, Raphael, we can't have it both ways. We cannot have, and the board, you know, to all of us, we can't have it both ways. The board, a couple boards ago, blanketed Western Slope as community regions. Community regions are defined as the highest density intensities for the Western Slope. We can't have rural infrastructure in community regions. We can't say we want highest intensity densities, but we're only going to provide rural infrastructure that will not allow for escape routes or safe infrastructure or even cost-effective infrastructure. So I have a lot to say, but I'll catch you at the next meeting. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Chair.
Now taking public comment from Deanna.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yes. So I'm Deanna. I'm a constituent of El Dorado County, and I'm just working on a personal capacity to help the Native Americans out. So I'm also a survivor of domestic violence, and safe housing and rescue is important to me. So I just wanted to understand why the Native American projects in rescue are being delayed at planning. So from my understanding, the grading and the building permits have already been approved by both fire and building department. And if these projects are exempt from zoning and CEQA, then why are the permits not being issued? Now, Chris Silva is part of the opposition group, and I'm sure he doesn't understand women trying to leave violence. So it's my understanding also he doesn't live in El Dorado County anymore. He moved to Sacramento County. So please prioritize the residents that live in this county, not in other counties. These delays give the appearance of discrimination. And as a constituent, please move forward with issuing this permit. These women need safe housing. There's a reason why the Native Americans chose El Dorado County. It's a safe place. They value the environment and they value the land. And so I'm personally in a personal capacity trying to help them out. That's it. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring this back to the board. Any other questions you guys got? So this is kind of a receive and file is what it is. So there's no action to be taken on this. So right now, at this time, the board will recess to hear item 17 is specified in the agenda. Anyone that wishes to comment closed session items will do so at this time. Please open it up to public comment.
Chair Turnbull, I'm sorry, but before you did that, I didn't know if you wanted to consider doing your board reports before we recess in a closed session. I'm not anticipating a report out.
Okay, well, I was thinking we could wait till tomorrow.
That's your discretion.
That's the reason why I didn't comment on it today.
I don't know if, yeah.
Tomorrow's a special board meeting.
That's true. I don't know if it was noted on there since it was listed as a
Yeah,
special
I mean,
meeting.
can we comment tomorrow? You guys want to comment today? I
No, we
mean,
should do it today. It's
today?
on the
All right,
agenda.
that's
It's not
fine.
on tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay. All right,
I just got one really fast one. I had a meeting on Friday, I think it was, with our library director. And new board members probably haven't been aware of this, but I've been asking for quite some time to ensure that we got our lease renewed for the library in Georgetown. And my understanding is staff has made great progress on that, and it looks like we're good and we will have our lease renewed because it was getting a little scary. It's still though a leased building, which, you know, our strategic plan does push us in the direction of owning our buildings so that we have, you know, because honestly, having a leased building for a library has caused us a few concerns over the years with the PG&E won't do things on a leased building when we had the generators and all that stuff. So still looking forward to someday owning a building for a library in Georgetown, but I do want to kudos to staff for staying on top of that and getting that done. So it's critical resource on the divide.
all right, Brian?
Yeah, just briefly been holding meetings with department heads and getting up to speed with everything. I appreciate all of that interaction. Secondly, we had the first meeting of SACOG that I attended. I've got two more on Monday with them, and basically it was just an organizational meeting with a couple orientation things for new members. And then we'll be bringing an item for El Dorado Union High School. They are hosting this year the state ski championships at Sierra Tahoe, March 3rd through the 5th. I believe the athletic director, Joe Volek, will wants to talk about it, so we'll be bringing an item forward so we can accentuate that. Hopefully we can all get up there and check it out. It should be pretty cool.
Yeah.
And the snow's falling as we speak, so that's even better.
Raphael mentioned Measure S, which was an increase of 4% in the transient occupancy tax up in the basin. A similar item was rejected down here on the West Slope. But we had a special meeting, and the advisory committee has prepared an annual report that's going to be sent to all the voters, being very transparent about this is what we've collected since the beginning. This is how we've spent it. And it's just a very good report. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. The other project I wanted to just bring up, especially for the new board members, is we're working on a pilot project for 2025 this summer up at Emerald Bay, which is completely overrun with illegal parking on any given summer day. We only have about 260 legal parking spots, and the tickets are $100. So you'll appreciate that. Most of the tourists that come up to Tahoe are like, that's what I pay for parking every day. I'll take that ticket. Yeah, I'll just park right here. So it's really a health and safety issue. Caltrans is involved. The CHP are involved. El Dorado County is taking the lead on it. We're having an all hands meeting coming up on February 27th to bring all the agencies, there's about 15 of them, back together to say, okay, are we on track? What are we doing? We're like kind of in the 90-day countdown period to implement this. I was able to get funding for the project, for the pilot project, that'll be paid for mostly through the Tahoe Fund and the League to Save Lake Tahoe. So that's really good news. So that's a project I'm going to be talking about over the next few months, and then hopefully a recap at the end of summer what we learned. So I just wanted to bring that forward. The CAO's office has been involved in those meetings, the Department of Transportation, as well as Planning and Building. So lots of moving parts. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention another new thing is El Dorado County is partnering with the city of South Lake Tahoe, and we put together a South Tahoe Transit JPA. It's very similar to what you have down here on the West Slope with El Dorado Transportation. And we just had our very first meeting. We put together a startup budget, bylaws, calendar. We hired legal counsel, and we have an acting executive director. So we'll be hearing more about that in the future as well.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Great.
The only thing I was going to discuss is the glassy wing sharpshooter, but we covered that today. I will point out the eradication is supposed to start late February, March. Is that correct? February. Okay. All right. Yeah. So, and that's all. And then just mention our CSD briefly. I know there's been a lot of rumors about things going on there. To my knowledge, as of today, all 5 board members are still on the board. So leave it at that.
Really?
Yeah. All right. So anyway, what I have is I met with the new fire chief in El Dorado Hills, and it's actually moving really good. I think it's great. I'm sorry that we lost him, especially in the Office of Emergency Services. He's now the new chief in El Dorado Hills, but he's got a lot of good ideas, and it's going to streamline, especially the process, especially with the permits and all the issues that's been going on down there, especially when these people having problems getting their business started and stuff too. So that was a good thing. Also, I attended the chamber, is what the county chamber awards presentation. It was a good thing, and anyway, that was a good night. And then also, Bite Me Donuts is a brand new business. It just opened up in Cameron Park. Bite Me Donuts. So yeah. So anyway, that's kind of a good thing. And then, like I say, yesterday, the SPTC JPA meeting that I had, it went very, very well. Actually, like I say, that Rancho Cordova is now a part of it. So it's a great thing. We're moving forward, and I think it's going to be good for our county. Okay. That's all I have. CAO.
Thank you. Sounds like none of you have forgotten that we will be meeting again tomorrow. So that was good. That was my first worry. Yeah. And then just a reminder to the board and to the public. So next Tuesday, we will be discussing our discretionary transient occupancy tax. That I anticipate a lot of discussion there from the board and likely from the public. You'll be getting, and I've said this on other updates, I mean, we're coming into budget season, so I'll try to give you updates as we're coming up on kind of pivotal conversations throughout that process. So we've also included a discussion on which revenue options the board would like us to pursue or not. So those include special taxes, sales taxes, increase in discretionary TOT, whether you want us to look at assessment districts, consider TOT on campground, anything. So just priming you for that conversation. We're happy to receive any direction that you give us so that we can begin allocating the staff resources to pursue those, because it's quite a bit of work involved in that. And of course, it has to go to the voters. The other, just a supervisor parlance comment, my office has begun working on a county-wide CIP for facilities and parks. It's just in the making. We currently don't have what I would call a formal CIP like we do for our roads. That will allow the board to be much more, I think, intentional and aware and transparent in what our facilities needs are and the totality of that and how you want to allocate your resources going forward. And then on March 4th, we will be having a conversation pursuant to board direction on discretionary programs. So lots of hard, difficult conversations to come, but those will all be done in the public. So public will have the opportunity to provide input there. And of course, we'll get direction from the full board.
Okay, thank you.
Just really quick for clarification, that CPI for our county buildings, will it have a column that kind of gives it a, what do you call that? You know how we have the pavement index of good, bad,
Yeah,
terrible?
and we have a lot of the materials to put into the CIP. So there was a study done, the Vanner report, and that gives a rating on the longevity of our buildings and the needs. So
okay,
yeah, and there'll be touch points with the board as we develop that, so we can get your input on what you want it to look like.
Because some are in better shape than others.
Yeah,
absolutely. We have some that are held together with duct tape and baling pine.
Yeah, all that stuff.
So anyway, all I got to say is tomorrow is going to be a special board meeting, and tomorrow we'll hear law and justice, general government, and the CAO. So right now we're adjourned at 2:58.
I'm sorry, Superintendent, can we take public comment on our closed session?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
Now taking public comment on item number 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, taking public comment for online participants, taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood. This is regarding the closed session. Be nice to your employees. I think you heard from them last week. It's difficult times for everybody. I get that. But also the employees, for the most part, I know of, work hard. Back in the day, we worked hard. We were often vilified in this and that and the other thing. And I hope that you can show that the board is supportive of the difficult, often very difficult job that county employees are doing, often for less pay than elsewhere. Also, I was unable to, I got a phone call from an important medical related thing, and so I had to put you on hold, and I missed out on commenting on the planning and building. If I may at this time use the rest of my time for that, I would appreciate it. Hearing no unfunded state mandates. One of your people said there's no context for a rural county. Yeah,
don't
the state
think
of
we need to do
California.
that right now. Yeah. he can
Okay,
Write it and send it to us. Okay.
understood. Well, no, the state's out of control. We got to rebel.
I understand.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Kim, for reminding the chair that we needed to take public comment. Yesterday at the Taxpayers Association meeting, we had a business meeting and was discussing the state of the county, including the fact that we were going into the budget process for 25, 26. And we talked about the inherent costs of the running of county government. And certainly, as in the past, it was brought up about section 504. I wanted to remind you, as you go into discussing with your negotiator, all of these different labor groups, and I count maybe 7 or 8 that you're going to be talking about today that was added by addendum to this agenda, that we can't afford section 504 anymore. And because we, over the past, as a Board of Supervisors, have added public safety positions, not of the Sheriff Department, as well as non-public safety positions, not even associated with public safety. This is costing us now, and will continue to cost us with inflation, more money than we can essentially pay for. I'm not sure this year where we stand. We'll hear in our budget processes what that might mean to us in terms of our salary and benefits being one of the largest costs to the county. But it does mean to me, as a taxpayer, as one who cares about our county, that we need to function effectively and transparently. So thank you very much for this time and the opportunity. Please be careful as you negotiate and think about this question of section 504. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
So I'd like to close public comment, especially on item 17. We are adjourned at
Well,
3.
We'll go ahead and note the time of adjournment when you complete closed session.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Recess to closed session.